the story. Now you out the entire time. No. Because you guys don't even know what you're talking about. Is different. Jim and I said that the youth movement are Republicans.
What was the 2020 I said?
So the percentage went from 10% 2020 to 2024.
Okay.
Substantially. The 10% change.
Matthew!
Using the wrong word.
Matthew, I hear you're getting paid.
People that show up at the polls.
I hear you get paid for your bullshit. People say you get paid. What you think about that, Matthew?
That's different.
No comment.
People think you get paid for being a grifter on here. I think you're just stupid, but, maybe I'm stupid and you do get paid.
I don't know. Anything's possible.
I like you, but I think, if I were to give you free access to my university, I don't even know if you would appreciate it, let alone, utilize the information. I mean, I don't think you would probably use it in your business. I think you're actually probably very standoffish and particular, if I'm correct.
No.
No?
No. Pretty easygoing, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah, I really am.
Well, are you open to alternative ideas?
I like all sorts of ideas.
So you would never...
That's why I come on here, yeah.
So you're a scientist. I mean, you do chemistry. You do formulas. But my question to you is, if you consider yourself a scientist, Kevin, welcome. What experiments are you running?
I don't consider myself a scientist. I consider myself an artisan. An artisan, yeah. Hey, Kevin.
But you don't think that that's science? I mean, you're running simulations with your artistry.
I am. I enjoy it. I like mixing different things and coming up with new perfumes. It's fun.
Kevin, what's good? How are you doing?
Doing all right.
I'm good. I've been reading a book all day, chopping it up into 50-second bits on YouTube. It's called The Fish. Have you ever heard of it?
I have not.
It's so funny. It was written 100 years ago, and it's like roasting pandemics, epidemics, vaccinations 100 years ago, making fun of it. Like people would...
How is it, like the perspective of the fish?
The fish is the secret symbol of Jesus Christ, or Anubis Jesus, which is the ancient deity. So Osiris, or the motif of the dying god.
How does it draw, like, the correlation from way back then to now?
To Jesus?
No, to make fun of, like, vaccines and stuff.
Oh, they were pulling the same scams back then. It's a class society. If you're in the medical industrial complex, you used to wear a white coat and were considered the elite cream of the crust. Supposedly the same way today, but we all know that that's just not true. That medicine today is not what it was 100 years ago. You could say it got better, but it's making fun of vaccines. You know what's funny is it's like 100 years ago, they say like our lifespans have gone up, but I would say that people, if you look at the people like in the 1860s and 70s who lived into their hundreds, those people seemed untouched, and the reason why they lived so long is because they didn't have unnecessary medical intervention.
Perhaps, I don't even know.
But this is an extreme Trump derangement syndrome therapy group for individuals who, in my opinion, focus their attention too much on Donald Trump. And I think Matthew is attracted to the room because he recognizes in himself an unnatural tendency, or perhaps an unbeneficial tendency, to focus too much on the news cycle or what people are saying about Trump or what Trump is saying. So because the whole thing is it's your game, meaning like you've got so many hours. I create this room to try to get people to enlighten themselves of Trump and to transcend Trump so that you can individually do personal development. And
what does that mean, transcend Trump?
Meaning too many people's attention economy is the Trump attention economy as opposed to the Matthew attention economy, meaning that yes, you might want to talk about Trump because that's what you want to focus on, but I'm merely suggesting that it's not beneficial for you. It's the opposite of personal development.
Yeah, I think it's I don't know. I mean, 700 ICE agents are going out of Wisconsin. I think that's a good thing. I think it's good to put pressure on Trump and all his weird friends because they're trying to concentrate power. They're even pissing off other billionaires. So he's got a lot of attention on him, and I think he's running into the limits of his power, which is a good thing.
Well,
and what's not a good thing? You don't want him to kick out all these illegals? No. For me, that's not really the point. I mean, look, in the past, right? I love history. If you look in the past, the tyrants took power by controlling information. So that's one thing that they always did since the beginning of time.
Well, Matthew, point of order, when you control information, you control the attention economy, but it's still subjective whether or not that information is really anything to be controlled to begin with. People do this all the time, Matthew. They offer up these false examples, and it's got nothing to do with anything. It's just something to say in order to focus the attention.
Well, I mean, to answer your question, Kevin, the information is like basically using fear and dividing people. And do you think they're afraid of it? I think he wants to reach.
Guess what? You're right. That was his fair, but you know what? Let's talk about Trump. There's a lot of shit that happened to that.
So where was the outrage? Where was the outrage?
There was a lot of people that were outraged. That's like,
Nancy approached
of course, guess what? You don't come to these rooms. You're not just saying I don't see Johnny.
No, I said
You didn't see the algorithm amongst Democrats because your algorithm. You got MAGA algorithm. So there was outrage. I was in these rooms.
Yeah, no,
Clubhouse like 1%.
If you turn media, social media, there was many people that were upset for not having to step down and making this happen. So of course, if you didn't get outrageous,
Okay, that's fair. So like me, if I was like angry about that, like I would want to make sure that I was rallying up more Democrats, like getting them hyped up. We need to get votes.
Yeah, but that's you don't understand that the bigger priority was beating Trump.
I don't think
And so people who actually care about voting aren't you're repeating yourself saying the same thing over and over. Are you going to repeat it a third or fourth or eighth time?
I mean, I could, but you didn't give me a chance.
Okay, well, repeat yourself now.
Okay, so the bottom line is that Republicans were more excited to vote, and that was apparent. And Democrats were not. So who is more excited and more engaged in wanting to vote?
You're a hypocrite.
How?
You literally just said
The people that were excited to vote.
you felt bad. No. You literally said you felt bad that people weren't given the opportunity to vote for Harris because of what Biden did. And now it's because we weren't as excited.
That's not what I said. We have the opportunity to vote for Kamala. No, you all could have showed up on voting day if you said. I'm not sure what you're saying.
Artificial intelligence, data tracking, social media, they can really.
Okay, Matthew, point of order. Point of order, moderators speaking. Matthew, I want to interrupt you and ask you a question. You know, we were talking about the silver fish and that book Fish earlier. And so Trump exhibits a lot of mercurial tendencies. What are some of Trump's dark tendencies of power or magic even? Like, how do you rate him? How do you analyze him in terms of his power? Because some people say he can silo or do um, compartmentalization, and that's like his power. So, like, what do you think his power is?
Yeah, no, I think that's a really, really good point. Um, So let me give you an example. So where I live, I come from southern Ontario, right? Actually, a small town called Harrow, just south of Windsor. And in our hometown, we have, I think it's the 8th richest person in all of Canada and the United States. These are the Zuckerman family, largest steel magnate family in all of North America. They own Atlas too, right? And for Trump's first term in office, Barry, old man Zuckerman, he actually gave some money to Trump, I think 10 or 100,000, whatever, pennies for him. And he supported Trump because he thought, man, Trump's in it for business. He's going to help business for everyone. Now, here's where I'm going to answer your question. How does Trump concentrate power? Right? So, the thing about what Barry Zuckerman does and Atlas too is he's got factories in Ontario as well as Michigan, and he's got factories also in Illinois, in Chicago, and other places too, I think. So in order to make any times, right, and they work in factories or in management, they cross the border all the time. And Barry's very upset, and so are a lot of people like him because Trump said, okay, I'm going to do the tariffs thing, right? So the tariffs thing came in, and now Barry has to pay a fucking fuckload all into the States, or he can wait for Trump to go out of office, and then possibly things will change, right? Either way, what Trump's done by doing this is Trump's concentrated power. He's stripped Barry and other people like him power away from him because they're being punished in a way of speaking. So now they have to win favor for Trump. For any, it used to be like a given, okay, trade across the borders, no problem, some small tariffs, whatever, whatnot. Everybody knew what was going to happen. So this is one example of how Trump's managed to concentrate power.
Okay, I mean, I would agree. You don't think that the country and the state it's in requires a firm-handed leader to sort of just, maintain order, even if, there's all sorts of horrible implications?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think you can bring changes into a country, into a democracy, and you can bring in the right changes in a very tactful way. Like someone was giving the example that, maybe Obama or other presidents previous to Trump had actually rejected or kicked out more illegal immigrants than Trump did. Right? I'm not sure exactly how truthful this is or not.
That's way too close.
Okay, so, but, yeah. But as far as I understand, most of these people were kicked out right around the border area, like we're trying to come in. Yeah. And then there wasn't this kind of show of, people knocking on people's doors and saying, hey, I'm going to kick you out of the country. So my assumption is that, similar steps could be taken in a more tactful way where people don't lose trust. Because I think, Kevin, one of the things that if you're trying to build a society is...
Okay, point of order, moderator, point of order. Okay, Matthew, I want to ask you another question. Do you think that you're a political person, Matthew?
No, I'm neither left nor right, but I love history.
Okay, you are not a political person. Now, my follow-up question to you is, you got an awful lot of political opinions for someone who is not political. And so I would just say that, you're kind of disingenuous or dishonest with yourself, meaning that when I ask you, are you political, but yet you're on this fucking conference call 24/7 talking about Trump and you're in a Trump derangement therapy support group. To say you're not interested in politics is like maybe your problem, meaning that you're in denial of what your focused conscious attention is on. And you can't admit it.
I am interested in it. Because I am interested in it. But I wouldn't put myself as a leftist or rightist. It really depends on the issue. My whole thing, if I was ever a politician, my goal would be to create a high society. Yeah.
You wouldn't put it like even getting close to a 60-40. You're right down the middle.
No. It depends on like what the issue is.
Oh, I understand, but he was asking you in general. Like, would you fall on the left or the right?
I'm not sure. I wouldn't.
So that's why I went to. Are you serious? You really don't know? Like, you're
No, I don't know.
right down the middle. All right.
I wouldn't say that I need down the middle.
We got John. Wait, let's try to make what is the background of that question about whether or not you think you're political. There's a saying in Buddhism or in philosophy that there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. So I think you, in your perspective, is part of that perfection. I disagree with it, but my perspective is the opposite of your perspective, and therefore we get this balancing act of there's not a speck of dust. So meaning that in the political sciences or in social sciences, Trump won. There's this book like How to Win Jury Trials, and it's about not activating this internal memory of what is called like the reptile mind, like the primordial inner workings of our brain, which don't want to be disturbed. And there are ways to activate parts of our brain through communication which disturb us. And in the end, can result in political victory.
Hey, John, come on up.
It's herd psychology. Anyways, I'm just saying, Matthew, so how do you rationalize that sentiment that there's not a speck of dust out of place in the universe? Because you think Trump's position in the government and being the number one guy is out of place with what should be.
Yeah, I think Trump's primary objective is to concentrate power for him and a very small circle of people. Yeah.
Do you know who this is, right, Matthew?
Hey, John.
You know who March is?
Oh, yeah, no, I know.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
Matthew, do you know who John is?
Performance artist.
Matthew, do you know who John is? The guy that just asks about John. John.
Yes.
John Malencrop. I don't have anything personal against anybody on this app. I just went to the gym. I had a great dinner. I'm feeling like $1 million. It's been days since I've been to the gym. And John, have you noticed that after people work out, they got all this extra endorphin, oxytocin, etc., all these feel-good chemicals in their body, John. I'm just saying, I don't think Trump, when he sucks down a Diet Coke and eats 2 cheeseburgers and his McDonald's French fries, like he feels that great. But maybe he does. I don't know. Some people thrive off of McDonald's. I don't know how that's possible. It's like eating cardboard, formed into the shape of a food. I saw they took a blowtorch to a burger. They couldn't even actually damage it. It's like that. There's those many chemicals infused into the food. Anyways, John, this room, and I think this is just like an online storage conference call space for people to upload their complaints. What do you think about that?
I see it differently. I'm Canadian, but I'm kind of really proud that a lot of people are standing up to Trump. Like, you Americans are good people in that way.
Well, John just wrote another Kitover come to block. And I think that could be the appropriate response for certain people. For people who aren't, easily upset. I read a lot of philosophy, and the whole thing, and even if you go through the military, the whole thing is a personal development thing, essentially, so your emotions don't get the best of you. And I just like to play that foil for people who don't see how emotions and spirituality are, connected and part of education.
And so what's your opinion, John? The ice stuff, I guess.
My opinion is it's likely very ineffective in making America safer. is a pandering show of force to cater to a racist base that wants to see this, who feels they're being replaced. And the replacement theory has a lot of Americans scared.
I think there's a small group of people, maybe 5% of people that think that, quite a hardcore group of people.
You guys live in a real bubble. Do you, gentlemen, do you think you live in a bubble?
No.
Think you live in a bubble with that attitude?
No.
Do you live in security, gentlemen? Do you have comfort and abundance?
Go out to society all the time.
Okay, but you're not like, struggling to survive. You're comfortable, very comfortable.
I must work, and that is always on my mind. And I'm not more than a decade away from being retired. So there's still many ducks I am trying to get into a row. I am functioning comfortably, but I have day-to-day anxieties of any working person.
I'm only asking these questions because if you were murdered, and your friends were upset that you got brutally murdered by an illegal alien from Ecuador or from Colombia or from Argentina or even Venezuela, it doesn't matter where, my friend. Does not matter where you were. Doesn't matter who killed you or where they came from. I'm only asking you because you said that it is the bigoted supporters of Trump who want to see this violent anger of, they want to fight back against the replacement party. And I'm just saying that if I were to show you a collage of the hundreds of innocent Americans, young women out on jogging, murdered by some guy from Mexico who wasn't supposed to be here, but he was here working. And
please change my mind. My hand is out to you. I'd like to see this collage.
Oh, I can show you the collage. I've got the collage. Many pictures. Many victims. Many. Every weekend there's new victims. Did you know that? Every single weekend, new victims.
I am not aware of this.
Oh, that's why I was asking if you guys lived in a bubble. Because I get the feeling that with your JOB that you got to keep doing for at least 10 years or what, I'm just saying, Kevin, I think you guys live in a bubble. I think you gentlemen live in a bubble, and it's just my theory and opinion.
Can I express something?
Maybe to your definition of a bubble, if it's your definition, I'd like to agree with your definition of a bubble. What would be an example of not living in a bubble, Arch? You kind of describe that to me, and maybe I could aspire for that.
No, I'm not saying living. I think living in a bubble is a very reassuring and comfortable feeling. I've lived in many bubbles.
In the real world, where's your realist?
I live in a big bubble. I am a bubble.
Sure.
That's what the Buddha said. The Buddha said, "Be like a bubble." He says that in the sayings of the Buddha.
I'd like to talk to you about something for a second. I think that this idea that John's playing with, it's a really dangerous idea.
Well, if you take it
let me
very much against straight white men, because they commit the overwhelming majority of homicides, sexual assaults, and batteries. I mean, overwhelming. It's not even close. I would side-eye every straight white man you ever saw, but of course not. Taking their own standards and applying them to themselves never happens. That's why I honestly think it's replacement theory.
Yeah, so playing with hatred. Yeah, playing.
I call it baby broflakes instead of snowflakes.
So, allow me 1 second here. So, playing with hatred is like a really dangerous thing to do. I think.
Hold on, point of order, moderator speaking here. I'm not playing with hate. Yeah. Hold on, point of order, moderator.
John,
moderator, point of order, moderator, point of order. Hold on a second. I'm suggesting that we are so far out of whack, meaning that every weekend in Chicago when 20 people get shot and get killed, in a normal society, murder and these types of things should be very rare, especially in a super developed society.
I agree.
So all I'm trying,
Normal society, is it?
I'm trying to
High
say,
murder rate is, poverty and proximity. It's a
point of order, moderator. I'm just trying to say that if I'm like searching my equilibrium, I know that there is so much disequilibrium that we have to always be well aware that life is like a miracle in the sense that you can get taken at any moment. And every weekend, 30 people in the city I live in get murdered with guns, get sprayed. Today, I can show you a video right now of 4 people who got sprayed with machine guns in the city of Chicago. Today. And it's 4 young African Americans running around with fully automatic weapons. That to me looks like a goddamn war zone. And so if we don't respond as if it's a fucking war zone, well, when will it ever be contained?
Right, but will you hear me out for a second, John? I agree completely with you that has to be fixed. And any sensible person would say, okay, that has to be fixed. The second point is like, what is the best methodology to do that? Certainly the ICE method, I feel is not the best way. And then also really fear-mongering is really bad. And also Trump, in my humblest of opinions, really seems to be spreading hatred. And I do want to make you aware, I've told you this a million times on this app, John, you are from a group of people that have been used as a scapegoat. Well, John's Jewish.
For real?
Yeah.
I'm not Jewish, man. No, Matthew, point of order. You make assumptions, sir. I'm not Jewish. My mother's not Jewish. I am not Jewish. That is something that people love to put on me. I'm a baptized Christian, a black man at the YMCA. Dunked me under the water and gave me the Holy Spirit, Matthew. So stop going around and projecting your... Are you Jewish, Matthew?
So
Hello?
many people have told me that he is. I thought John himself told me that he is. I don't know what to believe with John because he jokes around. So
Matthew, my mother's Christian. I grew up going to Catholic church. Are you... Matthew, can you hear me? Do you even listen? Do you just come on here to talk, or do you listen? Hello?
Okay, my point still stands. A lot of innocent people will be blamed when you allow conspiracy theories and hatred to run through fucking society. So there are problems in the United States and in my country, Canada, as well. But they have to be addressed in the right way. That's my point, you know?
Well, I'm just saying that we have got... Things are so far from the 1950s America. I'm just saying things are so far in terms of...
That's a better discussion for sure, Kevin. Yeah, that's good.
What was that? What did you say, Kevin?
I just wanted an idea of what would be the right way.
No, I mean, I like to play the devil's advocate, meaning that...
It's a good question, and it's important.
Listen, part of finding out what is truth is being a far-out devil's advocate, meaning that the performative individuals who can essentially be theatrical in their delivery really helps bring out what is truth, or what we think is truth, or meaning,
I get it.
you guys will never meet me. This is literally just an experiment. I think every room is just an experiment on what your delivery is. I mean, I spent the whole day here reading books on Clownhouse by myself and recording it and then listening to the playback. And to me, that was far more enjoyable. It worked my brain in a way that I could never work it by listening to conversations on this app. So, it's my sister's birthday coming up. I bought her 3 books. I said, do yourself a favor, read them aloud, record yourself reading them, and listen to the playback, because the books are genius, and she's telling me she's got all these problems. I was like, well, show me something that you did to fix your problems. Read a book out loud and prove to me you read the book. A lot of people say they read a book, but they didn't read it. Even if they read it silently, they didn't really comprehend what the fuck it's saying, and they didn't perform it. So when you read a book out loud, if you perform it, it's like real magic. because now you're actually what you're reading. It unites object and subject in a way that, only a book and poetry, etc., can do. So that's part of also my complaint about people who want to talk about Donald Trump all day long. It's like, man, I got 100 other things we could talk about, and all you want to do is focus on Donald Trump and the news cycle. That fucking clickbait that they put out to draw your attention. It's like, there's a lot more important things to talk about, in my opinion.
Why's that?
Why is that? Hello? Why is that? It's an approach to communication, meaning, what is your communication? Is it a complaint?
Reality's term is the better approach. It sounds like you just would, like, you don't like it, you would just ignore it and go kind of listen to good music instead.
I'm saying it's your choice to pick and choose what you want on your stage. It's your choice.
Of course. But a lot of people, have to be somewhat reactionary. I mean, if you see something horrible happen, you're going to have a visceral reaction to it. And if that happens a lot, then you're going to have a reaction a lot. If you do your best to not have that reaction by distracting yourself with, I don't know, reading a book to yourself, whatever you do, I mean, okay.
Well,
I for me personally, maybe I don't talk about Trump as much as...
Okay, Kevin, you got 60 more seconds to complain, and then I'm going to submit my own complaint. Please proceed.
I'm not complaining.
Oh, you're not complaining?
I don't think so. I'm not sure what...
You don't think this is is this an opinion, though, or is it a fact?
This would be a fact about myself.
This is a fact, not an opinion, and it's not a complaint. Okay, please proceed with your facts.
This is just a fact about myself. I would prefer to face reality and react to reality in an organic, natural way. And I think that's super healthy. Do you disagree? Maybe. No, I don't know. All right. Nice chat, I guess. Take care.
Okay, well, that was an example of extreme Trump derangement syndrome therapy. I hope you enjoyed our interactive, what you might call confrontation room. I can't remember what they called it in the 60s. It was called what was it called? An experience room. Yes. Confronting bias, facts, not opinions or complaints. Bias implies 2 points of view. But bias is often just one point of view to the diminishment of the other. We're going back into anonymous. House party.
Wait, see one thing flash. Wait, see one thing flash. What are you talking about? What did he flash? He didn't have British flash. What are you talking about? I'm gonna tell you something, Kim. If I get a scuffle and the guy and I have 5 guys on me and both of his hands are on the ground, I see a gun on his hip, I'm not gonna shoot and kill him. No, you're not. Not to get into a fight. Then you wasn't fighting them. No, they were fighting with him. Oh my God. And it looked like the one guy. Kim, this is why I do what I do. I can't even. You just went to the Constitution. You're being full of shit. You're being full of shit. I'm just trying to get my thought out. Y'all won't even let me. You're right, because you're right. I have a problem with both of you.
bullshit, buddy.
I hate your opinion so much that I can't even let you get that shit out. Because I think it's just the dumbest shit.
You're not even trying to understand it.
Because there's nothing to understand. The video was clear as day. There was a lady. You listen to it was. That's why I'm so glad I stopped you from spewing your business talk earlier. Because quite frankly, the shit that you're about to say right now, you're a piece of shit. So bottom line is, if you watch the video, yeah, I'm saying it. So bottom line is, if you watch the video, well,
You don't even know.
I'm judging you based off this conversation.
You are.
So guess what? Bottom line is, if you watch the video, that man was trying to de-escalate because we have these cowboy fucking ICE officers.
Wow.
So that man went over there to try to de-escalate because those cowboy ICE officers were attacking a woman. A woman that was just standing there fucking recording.
I'm listening to you for a second. You just called me a piece of shit. This is amazing.
He was trying to stop, and then he gets in the middle. They slam to the ground. Both his hands are in front of
I'm
him.
sure I've ever called anybody a piece of shit in my life. This is nuts.
Get over it. There's a lead question. Get over it.
I'm letting you show yourself to me.
I don't care. I don't care. You got nothing to me. You told police it does not make a difference, son. Like, seriously, get over it.
Wow.
What is happening is they're not being prosecuted. The Department of Justice already said they're not going to be prosecuted. So no matter what you say, the reality is it's not happening. And then why can't your brain put two and two together that since the department is being told to behave this way?
So you don't see me agreeing with you that yes, they should be prosecuted. Yes, something should be happening right now. No, I don't agree with how it's being handled. Yet I'm being called a piece of shit. And the whole time I'm trying to sit here. The whole I'm not changing.
You can use those. See, here's the thing. You're a businessman. You can use those tactics on the next fool. You can go ahead and use all those pity tactics with somebody else. That shit doesn't work on me. You clearly said the conversation was clear about my stance was that the entire department, they're out there. There's this demeanor about the department where they're out there treating people, immigrants, citizens alike, like fucking trash, like shit, and because there's no consequences, because nothing is being done, that people slowly, a little more, protest, whatever you want to call it, are amping up a little bit because nothing's being done about it. And every time that conversation comes up, yeah, it's only one officer here or there, the typical fucking. That's a maggot standpoint as far as I'm concerned. Oh yeah, it's just one here because you know what?
I'm not.
You live in Lolly land.
How many more labels you got?
You live in Lolly fucking land. You live in Lolly land. You only see these little one-offs. Just one here, one there. People need to be held accountable. People, like I said, that's how I said you're out of touch. People are literally standing on the sides of roads recording. They're literally, the time they do intermingle with these ICE officers is because these ICE officers are unhinged. And yes, they are putting their own lives in danger. But guess what? Somebody, unfortunately, has to fucking do it. Because if you notice, a lot of the time when people have intermingled themselves, they are risking their own lives. But they stop a lot of these ICE officers from doing some really bad fucking things. They have. And unfortunately, nothing's being done at the federal level. They're encouraging this behavior. It's happening on a wide scale. And then I got to sit here and listen to you. Yeah, it's this one officer, one here, one there. It happens everywhere in every type of fucking job. Get the fuck out of here. This is the demeanor of the entire fucking force. Period. So like I said, I won't
I'm assuming nobody works for Department of Homeland Security.
No one I know. No, that I know of. No.
So sometimes, because I work in cybersecurity, so I know a lot of
people that work in different places, and I know for a fact that not everybody's 100% in agreement and alignment with what's going down and what's happening. And I know for a fact that people are trying, within the boundaries of the systems that they operate in, are trying to push back, right? I'm just sitting here going, is there a different, in addition to, right, protest, please do, right? In addition to, what else can we be doing, right, to make it happen? That's all I'm
Yeah,
trying
but
to
now
say.
you're switching it up because
I'm not switching it
you
up.
are, because now you're saying it's just one off.
I'm trying to avoid
one off
a piece of thing because I'm not.
No, because I like to catch
And you're not.
I like to catch you on bullshit.
How
You
about like?
literally said it was just
How about like
one-off.
trying to stand each other?
Okay,
Do you want me and you to be divided, or do you want me and you to try to meet in the middle and have some
No,
common?
there's no meeting in the middle. No. No, there's well, this has nothing to do with being. You should be a human being. You should be a human being, and you should. Okay, so there is no meeting and a half here. There is no meeting and a half. There is no meeting halfway at human beings being treated like dog shit by people that we pay with our tax dollars.
And that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
Meet you halfway. We're only talking about this.
me to understand me. I'm trying to meet you to understand you beyond the passion and all the verbal insults. And I've thrown zero insult at you, and I never will. Right? You're a child of God. Love it, believe it or not. That's the way you. That's who you are. Right? You're created by something much more powerful than I can ever dream of. So I'm not gonna talk to you like that. I'm not gonna stick a label.
Okay, I got you.
And apparently the words I've been using have been eliciting a very emotional response. So I'm trying to adjust.
No, you can't adjust. See, this is the thing. You're not talking to a fool here. You see, I'm talking to a fool.
You're obviously extremely
You can persuade. Look. You probably do a great job at persuading your workers with bullshit. It doesn't work. You literally
I talk to people.
No. Stand 10 toes down. Don't switch it up. There is no change in your words. You said the shit that's happening with ICE is one-offs. There's one bad apple here and one bad apple there. I do not agree with that. There's nothing you can say to try to change your word. How are you going to change your words up from there being one bad apple here, one bad apple there? Tell me how you're going to change that up.
How am I going to change it up?
Without changing your stance.
During our conversation, you have convinced me, right, that is not the case. So I'm sitting here going, okay, I agree with that. So am I allowed to change, sit here and say, hey, through our conversation,
No, because
I appreciate
you changing your
I know that's weird. But as we live in a time where we've been trained and we've been conditioned to say, I'm going to stand my ground, I'm going to die on this hill. And I think we forget there used to be a time in this country when I came here in the 80s where people were able to say, you know what, you're making a good point. Let me rethink the way I'm doing the situation.
Here's why. It shouldn't have taken JD in this evening to say this to you for you to come to this conclusion.
Well, everybody has a different moment where they use situations differently.
Because Kim, there is no denying what has happened in these incidents.
I have never denied it.
Right. But you came to here saying, I'm changing my mind. And what we're saying is, JD should not have said that for you to come to this conclusion and change your mind.
Well, should some reporter on the TV, a news thing, have changed my mind? I mean,
The reality of the situation should have given you the clarity of the moment.
It's extremely markedly.
Based on the, I guess you're assuming that what I'm telling you is facts, because I am telling you facts, but you're taking it as fact. Then guess what? So in the beginning, when I said you're naive to what's going on,
you said a lot of things. You said a lot of
but
things.
that we're gonna for it.
That was one. You were on tight, and I forgive you for it.
Yeah, that's fine. But bottom line is, look, it's a frustration. Everyone's entitled to their opinion, but there eyes like this. It's clear as day. It is irresponsible of you, right, to not see what's going on. It's irresponsible. Because guess what? You're supposed to be making rational decisions on your voting process, how you come on these stages and talk. It's irresponsible for you not to know what's going on and then take my word for it all of a sudden. It's irresponsible.
It's not all of a sudden, right? So it's not irresponsible, right? What would be irresponsible is that I sat here all night and drew a line in the sand and fought you vehemently, called you names, put stickers on them, and eventually rage quit, right? I mean, that's what children do.
The fact that the fact that ICE agents were clear as day on every social media platform, on the talks everywhere, have been harassing,
on social media. They come on Clubhouse every 45 days or so. I don't think
that you shouldn't come on these spaces and have an opinion about something you don't know about. That's where you're
I like to have debate because I learned through debate. I learned through arguing.
Yeah, but there's an audience listening and you try to come up here and say things are so and you really don't know they're so.
Learning through argument is like I'm being 13 years old. Like that is like, wait, hold on, okay, calm down, stop. Learning through argument. Learning through argument. Hold on.
I'm being called.
Let that go. Let that go. You're not gonna get me out of the go.
Kim, I apologize for using names. It is out of passion. I typically, people with your viewpoints on that, I would typically go off like that because I said still his vibes. Like, this is not a jokey matter. You know what? I express myself so you understand that. And it may come off as an insult, but guess what? To me, so I do apologize for it, but guess what? To me, that's the little thing here. You supported this bullshit. You supported it. What's worse? Me calling you a fucking...
I've been questioning
you supporting...
I think from the very beginning, I agreed. From the very, I wish there was like a rewind button.
Okay.
I think at the very beginning, I agreed that yes, those guys who committed those crimes, and when I say those guys, I mean ICE, right? I'm not great at grammar. I learned English grammar at 13, right? So, yeah, me putting a word sentence structure together in a certain way is challenging. Okay, so give me some grace on that. So what I'm trying to say, since the beginning, I was trying to like yell over being called a piece of shit to say, I gotta go to jail. Right? This guy should go to jail. That guy should be prosecuted. Yes, they should feel the brunt of the law. So I never not said that what they were doing was wrong. I never not said that what they were doing was illegal. And like when TC first came up here, he even said this, right? Am I having some buyer's remorse? Yeah, I'm having a little bit of buyer's remorse, but I did not vote for that. I voted for the economic change that it would come, but I did not vote for the crazy chaos. Okay? I didn't vote for that. So what am I going to do in the midterm? What do you think I'm standing with my vote?
You literally, within the span of 20 minutes, completely changed your stance.
I did not.
You did, because refresh your memory.
You've calmed down, that's one. So maybe
refresh your memory. Bottom line is, when we were talking about the whole situation, your stance was, you were firm on all those people need to be held. You first said the protesters need to be held accountable for simply protesting it.
I don't think I said that.
And then
Doing it against the Constitution.
And then you said there were... This was not like an issue with ICE, that it was one-offs. There was one bad apple here, one bad apple there. That's what you said. You literally said that. There was one bad apple here, one bad apple
Sure.
there.
Yes. Okay, I said those words, but I also never said that those people should not be persecuted. I did. Now the protesters, sorry. Let me open that package up, right? Because to me, this is all like different little packages. That's the way I work. All right, you work differently. I work differently. Let's take this time to understand each other.
That's what's missing in the world today. It's like we don't try to understand each other. And I want to understand you, and I hope to God you want to understand me, because if we can show people like this is a civil way to have a discourse, this is what's going to change America.
And it has to be done for an argument, though. Do you understand that? It can be done through conversation, not an argument.
Okay, argument, conversation.
There's a difference.
If we don't see the world the same way, don't we eventually get,
Not if you're being antagonistic for the purpose to elicit an argument.
Antagonistic. I was never being antagonistic.
You said your way of learning is through argument. So if you came up here not informed, but you're going to come from an opinion that you don't know about, then you're doing yourself a disservice, and you're going to get the reaction like JD gave you. You brought that to the table.
Whoa. Now you're using the same argument that the maggot uses. That the reason the person got shot was they brought it to the table.
Well, that is not what I said. No, that is not the same thing. Not even remotely close.
You literally just said my words and my actions got me.
Because you
beat up.
Wait, hold on. You changed your mind because of what JD said. And you said, I need to learn through argument. Which is like not the way you really can actually have a conversation.
Let me say
you can have but see, here's the thing. You're constantly adapting and changing yourself. When you can just stop back and say, you know what? Let me have an intelligent conversation rather than being antagonistic. An argument is being antagonistic because you came in uninformed.
I'm literally not sitting here with like a playbook of intent of I'm gonna piss these guys off. And there's no premeditation of let's stir up.
See, the difference between premeditated or not. Your words were, I learned through arguments. Your words. You said that.
Y'all just gonna keep beating me up, aren't you?
The same way you keep saying to JD, you offended me when we said, get over it.
Hell yeah.
You just kept repeating yourself.
Because clearly, Kim, you've already set the tone. We can beat the information into you. So let's see what else other points we have. We can beat those points out of you too. And that's argument.
JD,
You are going to leave here an entirely different person. Entirely different.
Unfortunately, I think I'm going to
do it all in 40 minutes.
I don't think I'm going to leave here as a different person, man.
That's why when you said you changed your mind, we know that's not genuine.
It's not genuine.
It isn't. You just said you're not going to leave here as a different person.
Why would I leave here as a different person?
Because before you thought ICE was a great organization.
I never said that.
Two bad apples, and now you know.
I never said that. Now you're drawing inference. You're coming.
So what do you agree with me on?
I never said they were great.
During the debate, what did you change your mind? What did I change your mind about?
Not debate.
So what did I change your mind about? Just answer that.
That it's a more systemic issue than I originally perceived it as, right?
Well, did I not say that? Instead of there being a few bad apples, it's the entire flag. That's the same thing.
You went from 0 to 100%. I don't believe in 100% of thing, right? You're definitely you're definitely educating me on the fact that it's more than 1%. It's definitely like maybe 50, 60, it's maybe even 70, 80. Yeah, we got a systemic issue. I think there's a whistleblower on Christine Ellen who's probably going to come out and say, yeah, our leaders are telling us to lock and load and shoot at the first, glimmer of anything. And if that's what people who are being put into power are being told, that's what they're going to do, right? Especially in an intense situation where you got people yelling and screaming in your face. You're going to do stupid things, and there's consequences to it, right? If I'm a citizen, and this is what always blows my mind, why? When an agent of the state does this stuff, we get crazy and nuts, right? But citizens, and I'm not Dutch Philly, so the Daily News is like the body count. And I'm like, why are we okay with that? Look, this is what
Okay, so let's talk on that. So, tell me the last time you protested against the fucking January 1. Just tell me that. Because I can oh, okay. How many because of government officials protesting, something to get passed.
Man, I have been hearing that since.
Yeah, but you know what the bottom line is? You know what? There's a difference between the gang violence and what happens when I know you want to go on there with black crime, whatever you want.
No, I don't. Not at all. See,
That's where that argument goes, Kim. This is you being uninformed. Wait, Kim, stop. This is you being uninformed because that's where that conversation lies goes. Kim, you
These
cannot
guys
compare what
really
people do in
love
everyday
Toy
lives
Road.
versus someone who's an agent of the government and is supposed to be protecting. They're not the same thing, even remotely close. Stop making that equivocation. It's a dumb fucking argument. It really is.
But which one is worse?
To me, it's a human killing a human.
But which one is worse?
I remove the close. To me, I see the world through simple concepts, right? Equals MC squared. That's the brilliance of that physics equation. I see a human taking another human's life.
How do you see that?
Luxury of
How do you see that? But let me answer this nice stuff. How do you see all that? Yeah, let me ask a question. Well, which one is worse? Which one is worse? We talk about
Neither is worse. A human took another human's life. It's horrific.
Do we accept the fact of gang violence and the killing of the day-to-day students?
Apparently we have. Apparently we've just said that is the America we live in. Norway, the country I was born in, that ain't happening every day.
Tim, so here goes the point. You're just once again you're just uninformed. So okay, so you just think people just want to go out and they're just killing for sport? That's what's happening?
No, I mean people.
So what's going on? What's going on in Chirac that you called it? What's going on?
Well, even in Philly, I mean, every situation is different. Some of it is gang violence, some of it is somebody cheating on somebody has something you want, somebody disrespected somebody. There's so many reasons people take each other's lives. To me, what I'm trying to say is every instance of that is horrific, regardless if it's a guy wearing a badge, a guy wearing a different color than you, a guy, doing it out of malice, doing it out of spite, doing it out of
person with
insanity.
the badge shouldn't do that because they have a personal issue. That's the difference. The person with the badge.
No human should do that.
But one, it's like you're trying to make it like they're equal to each other, and they're not. They're not equal to each other. No, they're not. The person with the badge is abhorrent.
You say that people don't want to do anything about it. So here's the thing.
To the same
How many protests have you seen when there's like in Chirac, like you said? Have you seen protests on these on gang violence, on these civilian on civilian murders?
Not lately. It doesn't seem like
Ever? Have you ever seen them ever?
there used to be, right? There used to be a lot more people speaking out about it. But it's almost
That's what I'm saying. But you just a few minutes ago said you're not on social media, you don't do all that. I just don't find you to be credible. I think you're just spewing a lot of bullshit. You're not credible. You're just spewing a lot of bullshit. Bottom line is people do go out there and protest, but that stuff doesn't get the same type of exposure when it comes to protesting against a government agency, against police officers, against ICE. There are people every day that protest.
but it's also
Demanding change in these communities. It happens all the time. It happens all the time. It does not.
What I'm saying is I don't hear it. I don't say, okay, so I used to
Well, of
do
course you don't hear it. You just told us why you don't hear this stuff.
Right.
We know why you don't hear it.
Okay, I don't see it on my Facebook friends.
Okay,
I look at reels.
let me ask you this.
See stuff
How
about
many
radio,
organizations,
cybersecurity.
let me ask you this, Kim, how many organizations in Philadelphia do you think there are that go out to help to prevent gun violence?
Oh man, probably hundreds. I hope so.
Okay,
There's hundreds.
okay, so if those organizations are going out to the community, is it a fair statement to say that people aren't trying to make a change, yes or no?
It just doesn't insane about it, right?
Don't ask you.
You're trying to back me into a corner.
No. It's a simple
Like
question.
I'm playing a chess game here. When I'm not trying to play a chess game, I'm
But
just
you made a statement, and so you're saying nothing is being done by these gun violence deaths. I'm literally pointing to situations where it's saying these organizations. Wait, Kim, it doesn't matter to your appearance. That is the reality, right? If there are organizations that are out there trying to prevent and helping these gun tests from going down, then you just look at the television. It's not the reality. Get out there and actually fucking be about it. Not just go from the armchair.
I listen to y'all getting on camera. Are you two doing any protesting where y'all live? No, you can go ahead and do that. You're not going to come up here and question, right? I just asked the question. Yeah, well, that's my answer. I gotta go to the group. I'm just saying, you know, I'm not gonna do you, but I'm just saying. You know, could y'all get it? No. I'm listening to y'all conversation. I'm just asking, but you're not listening close enough. We were talking about ICE and how he was treating people, and he moved the goalpost on, well, what about the other murders with civilian? A typical mega talking point when you're talking about shit, and I care about the civilian, not civilian murders, which he really means right. But
no. You know what?
Let me ask you a question.
Don't ask your creations.
Hold on. Let me ask this. Isn't it a good thing that regardless of what he says or how he says, isn't it a good thing that y'all have a dialogue with him?
Yes, this is awesome. This is why I'm hanging around.
That's a great thing. Who said it wasn't? Y'all have to that wasn't.
No, Orlando, because here's the thing.
Orlando, who said it wasn't, brother?
Well, part of this was said when he first came in here and he made some statements, he wasn't informed, right? And the thing is, when you look at what we've all been seeing and happening for the past 6 months, and if you're coming in here and you're saying, oh, well, we see these things, then that starts to give us questions like, well, what page are you on? Like, that you don't remotely understand the situation, the reality of this. And that's part of the issue.
You're right. And the issue is we live in such a world where information is now delivered via these algorithms that, you know, me and my wife live in the same house, right? We share an IP address. She looks at something. All of a sudden, I'm getting like crazy advertisements. I'm like, honey, what are you looking at online, right? And after a while, right, I'm an F1 fan, so I see stuff about F1. I'm in 3D printers, I see stuff about 3D printers. So my view of reality, right, is now being limited by the information being provided to me. So what I'm trying to say is, and the few times I even turn on like a local news channel, which in today's day, I'm 52 years old, right? I remember the day where you only had like 3 or 4, and you had to listen to it all, right? And you kind of got what I would like to say, a more balanced view of reality. Today, you have to, and you said it so eloquently, I love it, I wish I could speak like you. You said you need to go out and find it. We don't live in a world to go out and find, right? Now AI is being created, and AI is going to curate your flavor of reality, right? So pretty soon we're going to be sitting in our basements, we're going to be sitting in our living rooms, we're going to be consuming a reality. And like you said, we may not even know what the hell is going on 2 blocks away from us anymore. So I like the fact that you said, you know what, man, maybe you need to actually get out and get about, you know, and see what's really going on. Because yes, the media is managing the message. They're telling us what we should think about. They should tell us what we care about. Because when I lived in Albuquerque, people were getting murdered every day by the cartel. Like, there was a dead body that wound up behind the dumpsters. And I have family in other parts of the country. I'm like, hey, did you guys hear about this? They're like, no, what are you talking about? Stuff doesn't make it at a national level to show systemic issue.
Well, see, that's why I said, listen to you. Stuff that you brought up earlier about how they're going after Christy Nome and everything, because you know there's a sediment there. You know that they're pushing stuff. If the top people are pushing stuff, why wouldn't you think that's systemic?
I want to believe.
No.
I want to believe.
Right. So why would you think?
Why would I think it's systemic? Because I like to. So part of my career is actually listening to a complaint, hearing about something that's going on, right? Innocent until proven guilty, following, gathering all of the facts. I have all of the facts gathered. Then yeah, I may need to go somebody say, you know what? We got to call a 3-letter agency. This person needs to go to jail, right? But I don't begin with that person's guilty in mind. Just like I was offended when you see, oh, Kim's got to go to black on black crime. No, man, everybody's committing crime. Doesn't matter the color of the skin, right? What I'm trying to say is, I don't start at everybody's evil, everybody's bad, prove me wrong. I start at, let's give everybody a little bit of grace, but if the evidence amounts to a lie,
You have to understand that talking point. That talking point specifically is a call sign saying black on black crime. Irregardless of how you want but irregardless of how you view it, saying that is literally what it leads to. You have to understand that. Take off the glasses that you're looking through and understand as a whole, as a society here in America, when that's said, it's leading to black on black crime.
So what's a different way to say that so I'm not judged as trying to go down that road?
Well, it's not about judging you. It's just don't move the goalposts. Because we were talking about it's a typical tactic that is used when you're trying to talk about, like I said, a government entity. They did the same thing with George Floyd, right? When that officer murdered George Floyd and people went crazy, the same tactics. Oh, I can see these people out there doing that with all this black on black crime, with all these black on black deaths. That's exactly the tactic.
I don't talk like that. I don't have.
Why change it? Move the goalposts and talk about
I'm from a law enforcement family, right? So I have a bias towards looking at the world, understanding people want to point the finger at law enforcement. Oh, you're on a pedestal. You put that badge on. You should just be this side of the water, right? And that's still a human being that makes mistakes. They should absolutely pay, right?
That's you going back to the one-off.
I'm trying to get you to understand my viewpoint.
We know your viewpoint. That's the thing. Okay, so here's the thing about the gangs, right? Literally, when you said that,
they're not all gang crimes, though.
Right? But again, where that talking point comes from, specifically here in this country, is leading to being about blacks. Until you can understand and comprehend that, and it's still something that's going to be foreign to you. And we're literally, see, if we were disingenuous, it doesn't matter what just because you want to wear rose-colored glasses, that's your choice.
I'm not wearing rose-colored.
Listen what I'm saying. Because you want to wear the glasses, yellow color, red color, I don't care. You want to wear those glasses in the way, that's fine.
I live in East Texas. I saw some severe racial.
What we're telling you is what you're saying is where that leads to. If you want to acknowledge it, that's your choice. But when you go to the gangs things, I understand it's not the intent. Doesn't matter. When we hear it,
shouldn't matter.
It's coming from a good place. It's fine. But ultimately, when you start to look at it, the statistics of it, the way it's viewed, it's meant black on black.
See, now I feel like I'm in a place where I have to have the Scrabble board in front of me.
Absolutely.
And I feel like I have to carefully reach into that bag, make sure I pull out the right words and put the right sentence inside, or somebody's going to blow up on me.
Welcome to being black.
That's wild, man. If that is the way you're experiencing it, no.
That's the way we experience life, yes.
That sucks.
It does.
Are you black?
Am I?
Oh. Yes.
No, so when I came to America, I spoke no English. I landed in East Texas. What do you think happened to me in the early 80s, speaking no English? was done to me? You know I'm white. What do you think was done to me? White kids kicked the shit out of me, called me a Nazi. My first friend, Jimmy Smith, black kid. He didn't kick me, kick the shit out of me. My second friend, Steven Dominguez. I even try to pronounce it in his language because I'm trying to show respect, right? So I don't do this racial BS because I simply see human beings can't figure out difference. They hate it. In America, Norway, don't call a Norwegian sweet. Those are the people on the other side of the mountain. You'll get punched in the mouth. I don't understand. We all live in the same rock. Why do we gotta go at each other? Because we look different, we speak different, we talk different, we maybe say the right word or the wrong word. We all want the same thing. We want to be successful. We want to put a better world for our kids. Let's find common ground.
We didn't create this.
Fighting it. Yeah, so let's change it.
We didn't create. What do you think we've been doing since for the whole civil rights era? What do you think we've been trying to do?
So what do you think about a black person that doesn't think like you think?
What do I think of a black
No,
person?
not you, Kim.
Oh, my bad.
Not you, Kim.
You asking me, what do I think for black person?
That doesn't think like you think.
That's we've been doing that, trying to make that change for the past, 50 or 60 years. For him to say that, it's like, what do you think we've been doing?
What have we been doing tonight? Have we been trying to, understand each other, though? Because I have. And I think you are now.
But Kim, do you think the administration that was just voted in, has that helped anything go forward?
Economically,
Guess what? People
socially,
in your party, right? People in your party, right? You're Republican. People on your side of the aisle.
fringe.
So did you? Can I ask you first before I go? Who did you vote for?
When?
This past presidential election.
All right, let me give you the history of voting. So I became an American citizen in 1993, right? Had to take a test, right? No, hey, history matters, right? Where a person is matters. Because I want to show you pattern, right? Voted for Clinton the second time, voted for Bush the first time, did not vote for him the second time because I thought, why are we in Iraq? That's a little crazy, right? Voted for Obama the first time. Why? Hey, let's be part of change. I like the guy. He spoke well. Kind of liked his policies. Didn't like some of the policies that came out while I was in, so I didn't vote for him the second time. Voted for. I hated to vote for Trump the first time. Oh my God, my wife and I, right? We're sitting here watching the what is it? Where they pick the guy, the convention, and I'm like, Rubio seems to be kind of a good central guy. He seems like kind of what I call the old, like a person who would actually listen, and he would give to get and get to give, right? We're gonna trade on some things. I'm not gonna agree with 100% of your perspective. You're not gonna agree with me, but you know what? What's good for the people? We're gonna figure this out, right? We're not gonna have this zero, my way, the highway, and we're gonna slash and burn Medicaid and Medicare. I work in healthcare, man. 2028, 29, I'm like, oh Lord, that cliff is coming. That fiscal cliff is coming. People who are not going to be covered is coming. Not good, right? And now I'm walking through the lobby, you go, we got to fix that. We don't need to spend $50 million on cybersecurity and healthcare. We need to spend $50 million in healthcare to go fix Medicaid and Medicare, right? I did not grow up a rich white guy, right? I grew up Greens Point, Houston, Texas, right? I've seen people's doors kicked in. I lived through all of that, right? Those people need help. The government needs to help those people, right? So I'm probably like, some people sometimes, my Republican friends are like, man, you talk like a liberal. I was like, no, I talk like a human being. I'm not 100% one way and 100% another. I will not do the extreme right. So I'm having a little bit of buyer's remorse. I said that earlier, I'll say it again, right? I like the economic policies. I don't like the fact I'm having to sacrifice social justice and all of that on the back of economic policy. But I feel like at least with economic policy, I'm hiring more people than ever hired before. So at least I can create some jobs in my little realm of reality, right?
Do you think as a whole, as a nation, is economically better right now? as a whole, this country.
See, it seems unbalanced because
I'm saying, as a whole, economically speaking, do you think we're in a better position, great or worse position?
again, what's my perspective on it, right? My perspective is I'm hiring more people. I'm handing out raises, right? I'm giving people bonuses they've never had. I'm hiring every race, creed, and color into my team. So in my world, the view I'm having, the experience I'm having, it seems better because the 4 years prior.
But I feel like several companies just let go of like 30,000 people. Several companies have just done just within the past 6 months.
I saw
Like the tariffs have had like impact. So economically speaking, do you think we're better, or again, just not from you?
And in order to look at it from a true perspective, it's good for some people, but it's better for one person. Deregulation has made it where that the higher echelon, Trump and some of his higher elites, they're making billions, while you might be making thousands. That's the truth of the matter.
Of course. I mean, that's,
And so,
that's been going on since 5
but hey,
Tony, I like what Tony just said in the chat. This is the central theme of conservatives. What is good for me individually, or view what is good for the community.
I didn't say individually.
No.
Hiring more people. Right? That's doing nothing for me. That's me doing things for people around me.
But it's within your immediate sphere. So
Is that what you call a community? What's it?
no. There's a difference between, like, again, your small little bubble, and again, that's why I said the rest of the country. It's a small microcosm versus the rest of the country, right? So let's say we expand it from individuals. Let's say it was like 10,000, right? It's the whole rest of the country. 30,000 people from several different organizations have been fired.
I get that. What's
because of him?
What's not? What's your definition of community?
we don't live in a country where the majority of people worry about the country. We live in a country where the majority of people worry about their little part of the country. That's the country we live in.
You care about your neighborhood. You care about your.
Right. But what he's saying is Trump is what
we go to church.
He's saying Trump is in charge, and economically, that's why he voted for him.
And for his policy.
And what he's saying is, and what I just told and I explained is that he might be experiencing that goodness in it, but what's good for him, he's giving it where it's a little bit in the front, but Trump and his allies are robbing the bank. While they giving out a few dollars, they're stealing hundreds.
Right, that's the point we're trying to make. He's using his own anecdotal experience, which is fine. So his agreement with Trump is anecdotal, but it's the when it comes to those, it's the lack of concern for the rest of the country. So your anecdotal experience is great. So whatever. I can see your policy. I can
that's an extreme.
What's that?
That's an extreme reaction. Right?
Okay. All right. Well, let's go by what you said. And the thing is,
there's other business owners. There's other business owners here. So I want to hear from them. Are you guys hiring?
Okay. I got a friend that worked for Amazon. And out of I think they just laid off 15,000.
Yeah, drivers and yeah, they laid off a whole bunch of people.
He works in the upper part. He just got out of the 15,000 he got laid off.
Yeah.
This is a true statement. He just got a pay raise, and he just went from where he was to his assistant manager position, which is a high 6 figures. Let me ask you a question. Do you think that he really care about the other 15,000 people in the same company that he worked in that got laid off?
I don't know. I don't know that person.
I know.
I don't want to ask.
I'm saying that to them. But he just came. He's in Italy right now in a training course.
To accept that layoffs are going to happen. They happen cyclically. Right? I mean, yeah, as I grew up in Texas, so I was at a compact computer in Houston. Man, every other day in the newspaper, know what I told myself as I went into technology? Don't work at a high-tech company. You know, I worked in the oil company. I didn't do layoffs, so I worked there for a while, right? I worked at a tech company for like 1 year, Cisco Systems. You guys know them. They make network stuff, right? I couldn't wait to get out of it. They treated me like crap. You got a number. You know, I even had a boss say that, man, somebody, else, 5,000 kids want your job. I was out. So I came into healthcare because healthcare is meaningful, right? I'm changing lives. A lot of my, man, I work in our hospitals that we own are in the worst parts of cities, right? You know, Cedar Hill in DC, not a nice part of town, right over there by the shipyards, right? I mean, we're trying to impact some communities, right? So when I can hire people in, I feel like I am doing a difference. I feel like I can do with what's been given to me to try to make some change in the lives I can touch. It's not from me.
But a lot of times I think we're hypocrites when what we talk about. If we work on a job and they laid off somebody or fired somebody that was above us and they got laid off and the person came to us and said, hey, would you like that position?
I got laid off.
There ain't not one person on this line gonna say, well, y'all laid him off. No, I don't want his position because I'm taking a stand. When you lay off,
source beyond the veil, I call
there's not
upon
one
you
person
in
on
the
this
path
line
ahead.
that's not gonna take the job that they put out there.
Scavenger in the answer to the light source beyond the veil, I call upon you, open the
For economic reasons.
No.
You literally said you voted for economic policy.
Yeah, but you said individual. I separated myself from voting for the human being that is versus, okay, you know what? I have a policy, I have a set of beliefs, right? Those beliefs more aligned with this piece of shit than the other piece of shit, right? So I had because, should I probably gone independent and gone that way? I mean, we're kind of forced into this two-party system.
Okay.
It feels like, right?
Real quick, what economic policy in its first time around can you point to that you're like, you know what, that's economic policy?
Taxes.
Give it to the last.
I pay so much in taxes, it's bananas. I should probably own my own city.
So here's the misconception. Which side actually leaves the government in more debt? GOP or Democrats?
I don't know. It seems like they both kind of back off each other and it takes 4 years for things to flush through.
No, you can look over the past 30, 40 years. You can look this up yourself. Which side leaves the country in more debt versus less? It's not that hard to think that when you voted for someone who actually increased the debt significantly, but you're like, that's okay because I didn't have to pay a lot of taxes.
I just don't think the government cares about the debt anymore. I mean, ever since George Herbert was the old man, when he handed Clinton a surplus, right, it got squandered pretty quick. Right? And the son came in and said,
Stop. Clinton was the first president to really have an actual. Bush didn't leave him with that. What are you talking about? The dot-com era, that whole 90s, in the 2000s, that was a boom.
So you think a president in 4 years can have an immediate
8 years.
In 4, right? But in 4 years, because the surplus was at the beginning, not at, right? We've been tricked into believing that a president is like a god and they have this mystical power and they can just
No.
So you said your business, Trump is only. When did your business start booming under Trump? Give me an exact date. All right, that it started booming.
last 6 months.
So you're telling me in 4 months, Trump puts you into place that boomed your business?
So now I gotta be careful what I talk about.
Oh, come on.
No.
Yes, yeah, come on.
All right, so mergers and acquisitions, right? So I've been at this company for 6 years, and when I joined, they're like, oh, we do a lot of mergers and acquisitions. Guess what we didn't do the entire time during my time?
Hey, so
Not one merger and acquisition.
we're gonna stop you.
No. You guys like
Yeah, no,
let me finish. In the last 6 months, we've done
Yeah.
7 mergers and acquisitions. So I can talk about that because I didn't name.
No, but you go on this long tangent. So the bottom line is you started booming in 4 months. So that was because of Trump.
Oh, the mighty Anubis, guardian of the underworld.
In his first 4 months of office, that helped your business boom.
Oh, the mighty Anubis.
A number of regulations related to mergers and acquisition activities.
Can you name this? I can look them up. Can you just give me one so I can look it up?
I'm walking around my basement pacing. I'm not sitting down.
Allow me to introduce the Future Vote 3000. This is the first voter issue of Children calculated anywhere.
But he promised he was gonna make.
Allow me to introduce the Future Vote 3000.
The mergers and acquisitions.
All right, hold the side of the fish. Some folks write it on walls like a fucking.
They're like, yeah.
So
All right, hold the side of the mighty Anubis, guardian of the underworld.
In the last 6 months, you can go out and see it.
Oh, the mighty Anubis. The sun's got his game face on today. As an attorney, I fight for people who feel unheard.
how come unemployment is up? If all these
As an attorney,
unemployment is up versus 2024.
Kitover, you're the last vote. You vote.
Well, no. When Trump immediately
Kitover, you're down to the Nile. Accept this offering. May the journey. That's
Across the border, he's.
my source beyond the veil. I call him.
I'm trying to be one of you.
unemployment is going up. Unemployment is going up because AI is eliminating a lot of jobs on the lower levels.
That's not exactly what I ordered. 80% of companies that have tried to implement AI.
Oh, no, deserves a leader who listens.
It's not actually been successful.
No, deserves a leader who listens.
It's not
about that.
Wait, hold on.
You get trouble, but I want to talk
No, wait, hold on. Let me quick. I bet you think bamboo is a great machine too. Anyway, the point is AI.
Bamboo X1C carbon.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying I knew it. That right there just told me everything. That's all I need to know. Bro, I'm just telling you.
What is there to tell you?
Because nothing. Is it because that's a more tangential conversation, bro? The point is.
And I manufacture my own plastic crap in my basement.
No. Bro, I've been 3D printing for 35 years. I'm doing a long end. What I'm saying to you is this.
You might give me some good tips.
The holding up AI that only understand, yes, it is replacing some, but companies have also failed miserably at the same time.
So there's winners and losers in every game, right? Man, I can't talk about it, but it's public if you search up my company.
And I'll say this real quick. We just did a quick search. Bill Clinton was projected to have a $310 billion deficit at the beginning of his presidency, and he ended up with a $236 billion surplus. So
Why should the government have a surplus?
wait, hold on, wait, stop. You said in the beginning that Bill Clinton got worse at the end when that wasn't the case. The whole point is this. In general, the Dems versus the GOP and how they lead the government in deficit versus surplus. You gotta look at that, bro. That's an easy thing to search for. Because the GOP put more, like, the trickle-down effect is not a good thing. It's never worked. Ever.
I don't know. In my life experience, I've seen it work.
Let me ask you.
How far down does it go? How far down does it go and how wide does it go? Yeah, I don't think it trickles as far down as it should.
Good evening. Arthur, your voice, you sound like TC now. Jesus Christ. All right.
The statement, in my humble opinion, the statement was anti-ICE and the way ICE was treating people. But of course, it can be mischaracterized. If I were her, I would work out some type of charitable donation. She can afford it or send it.
Yeah, so life as we know it here would not be possible in that universe. So what I'm saying is there are so many independent
Do you know the threshold
there are
of
so
that?
many independent variables
to exist in this world to where the arrangement of each order of magnitude is independent. So when you say that,
hold on, Kryptonite. So let's take Alpha Centauri, right? It's one of our closest star systems. How is that fine-tuned for our existence? How is Alpha? I don't know. It's like cool. It's like, wow, man. At first I thought it was gonna be like this negative thing. Like, well, what's wrong with bamboo? I mean, manufacturing in your basement, that's kind of a cool thing. Science fiction.
It's not so much about 3D printing. It's about the brand itself and the loyalty that people give it.
I had reality. I mean, gave me nothing but problems. I switched to bamboo and I haven't had too many less problems than the reality.
Yeah, I know.
I wish, who was the first one? MakerBot, the American-based one, but they seem to kind of fallen off, so.
Marcus Garvey was dead. Marcus Garvey fucking newspaper in the sick bed. I got an afterthought and died.
I mean, he went to the
Propaganda. And, you know what I mean? I'm disabled.
But who want to hear about our great grandmother Pocahontas?
You have to put that like Marcus Garvey because you know put that. You know what you need to do? I'm sorry, Nando. Please allow me to do this. You are short of a TP. You need to go be a TP and go sit in it. And
For Muslims in the country, thousands of angry farmers protest, okay? It's more difficult for Muslims again. Narendra Modi as Prime Minister candidate will lead the government, okay? $2 billion, parliament building, okay? Tested the government of India unprecedented ways, okay? They say the policy of the Indian government, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, have made life more difficult for Muslims. Again, same point, data set 9, same thing, data set 10, introduced by the government of Prime Minister, thousands of angry farmers, again, same thing. Tehran, okay, Narendra Modi, as he seeks potential exclusive trade pact with Beijing, consolidate international support, intense share down with Tehran and navigate a path. Okay, that's not Israel. Dark, Princess of the Dark, awaits poll backlash. FD Narendra Modi should stick to a split of toilets before temples. Okay, as if I have practical financial terms, charismatic nationalism.
I once started my own crypto currency. It's all chicken token. Neither are the developer. Okay. Clearly, my hawk and I weren't trying to get rid.
I don't see any Israel in this. If you are able to find it, please let me know. I'm not able to find it.
Let me check and check it.
Yes, please. Maybe we need to search differently. What we can do is to go in every exhibit and then search for Israel in every exhibit. There's a news clipping about Israel. There's media reports on Modi arriving in Israel. There's no advice from Epstein.
Yesterday, they told like Epstein sent a mail to himself that he wrote PM is going to meet the Israel president. Something he mentioned it.
So it doesn't seem to be the case, but even if that is the case, that is just telling someone that PM is going to Israel. That's not asking the PM to go to Israel, right? It's like me saying that today you had idli for breakfast, and then someone else saying the plural is telling Vishwanath to have idli. They're two different things. Yes, please.
Underwriting is very interesting, and they just kept 11. Let's see what he's talking about.
1 second, please. Which one?
If you look for him, keyword
Good evening, Dr. Roivas. How's the evening coming along for you? Hello? Oh, Narges is here. Narges, I was reading such a fun book today called The Fish. It is so funny. So smart. See if I have to come back. Hello?
Emmy. I don't use the intelligent argument.
You know it's not gonna go well.
It's so weak. I don't use. Listen, if God is metaphysical, right? Wasn't a good metaphysical argument. Why freaking use intelligent tuning, mind tuning, sorry, or God's mind arguments? I find them such defeaters.
Because the fine tuning argument falls apart on like. Hold on, this fucking music guy.
Hello?
Okay, dude, I'm
Hello?
you better say something fucking interesting, I'm gonna fucking kill you. That's what's gonna happen.
Yo! Wow! I was just asking how things are going. I didn't know.
Do the voice, dude. Do the voice. Do the voice.
Hello?
Yeah, do the voice.
You know how they say hello? You know how they say hello in Spanish? They say hola! Hola! That's how they say hello. Hola! 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 Something like that. I see this as an evening study group. You guys are talking about fine tuning. I don't even understand these terms. Like, where do you guys get these terms? Think they're like.
I don't get them. These terms were brought to me to dissect and to deconstruct. I did not come up with that term. That was Crimsonite, who's a Christian idiot.
I mean, you do agree that the term Christian Scientist is not altogether a bad thing, right? I mean,
I think the Christian Science Monitor was actually a decent periodical. That's a dying church, though. There's very few people that are Christian scientists.
Well, so is the House of Atheism on Clownhouse. It's all a dying church. We're all dying. Whoa. I don't understand. You know, I was.
Sure, whatever. Maybe we'll die. Maybe we'll be like reborn in 500 years. Who knows?
Well, there's a chance that this is just like an avatar and you've always existed. You've just.
Well, you reduced everything to your lifetime and to you as a personal being in this universe. Well, if atheism dies here, this is forever. It's like no, you never know. Like our human culture might become completely atheist in like 1,000 years.
Atheism or agnosticism doesn't hold that kind of mad religiosity. Like there's no loyalty to a particular set of like dogma instructions, right? So in that way, they're quite flexible.
Narges, I don't want to be rude. I hate to break the bad news to you, but like, is everything okay in your life?
Not everybody.
Because
everything's not okay in everyone's life, dude.
Well, my point is, you guys in particular, maybe I'm being too specific. No, what I'm saying is you guys spend an awful lot of time talking about these topics.
We don't. Actually, like the entire day.
Narges does. Narges does a lot.
So this entire week, I have not talked about religion until Crimsonite showed up tonight. So it's been like an entire week of me talking about whatever, like my job or crime or like
okay, not you, but well, I get it. I understand. I agree.
Do you get it?
But what my point is when all these people on this app are always trying to debate and talk about scripture.
I have no control over like what other people do.
I get it, but my critique is they're missing the fact that the deity or God deals with intelligence,
Okay,
and they're not.
That's not me, dude. Why do I care what other people on Clubhouse do that bothers you?
Well, I'm trying to bring up a point because this is an atheist house and an evening study group.
Over like what other people talk about, John.
Intelligence can be generated from discourse. Like
Well, No, discourse, you can't actually achieve high levels of intelligence because this is a very short transfer of information. We can't transfer gigabytes and gigabytes.
Your whole narrative is that I spent every waking hour talking about religion.
No, not you. Narja spends a lot. Narja does. You don't.
That's how you came at me. Like a few minutes ago.
No, I didn't mean that. I didn't mean that for you. Listen, I read just the other day, or actually I saw a video of Alan Watts saying your ego wants you to be spiritual because there's something about it which I don't know. It's like an I don't know.
Attachment to non-attachment.
Well, it's just like it's just improving your collection of symbols, really, and it's important. It's important.
I mean, it is, but eventually it's still some symbols, right? I mean, that's the thing. The idea is to drop the symbolism altogether, also, right?
Did you hear my argument against the fine tuning?
No, I have not. Also,
So, Nargis, everywhere you look, under every rock, every cranny, every nook, do you see chaos?
it can have the appearance of chaos.
Well, I mean, no, do you see chaos?
Define chaos.
Is it unpredictable? Is it strange? Is it just sort
Chaotic.
of like mundane and weird? I mean,
Is it
everything
chaotic?
you look at.
Sometimes it can be very orderly, like the hive of a bee. It can
Why do you think a beehive is orderly?
That's a good example.
Yeah, because you'll see the chores distributed, you'll see a queen bee ruling. She will always be the consistent ruler. You'll see the freaking hexagonal formations being like.
It looks chaotic, but it's highly organized.
Highly organized, but it may give you the appearance of chaos.
But do you think that ultimately the chaos will overcome the beehive? Because eventually the sun will become a red supergiant and swallow us. And so the beehive means nothing. No
Yeah, but that's just like saying you're gonna die. That's all you're saying.
Right. No, we're going to die, and so will the bees and everything. So it will never have existed.
Right. That's why the Buddha says you're a bubble.
Right. So what I'm saying is, like, where's the fine tuning in that?
The definition of fine tuning is quantum. There's no way you can tell whether it's orderly or whether it is chaotic. And in that, there's a symmetry breaker. Once you kind of posit that, all of this freaking extremely fine balance, whatever. At least so far as we know.
Where's the extremely fine balance? Like we're all going to die. The planet's going to disappear.
That's the balance.
Yeah, but Roivas, do you believe?
That's the fine tuning. So hold on a second. So God planned for this planet to get sucked into this like red giant phase of our sun.
Point of order, moderator. You're repeating yourself. No, point of order, moderator. I got a question. Do you believe?
Reaction is a consequence.
Do you think that time is a concept or an illusion?
Illusion of numbers.
Well, if see not.
Concept of illusion.
Meaning that you're projecting your own delusion because you're using time as this progression, meaning that you think that the sun is going to consume us all, and you're presenting an illusion, which is just a concept. So it's like your game is not that intelligent.
How is it
No, what I'm saying is you're not saying anything. No, the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get. So when you tell us your end conclusion of the apocalypse and this incredible, decimation, that's just you're describing your own personal coming death, which is coming in ours for all three of us, and Janet here. So I'm just saying that the first Zen poem says, the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get. That's why this app is so horrifically obnoxious, because every single word you hear on here is actually, I see it all the time. The opposite of what everybody says on here is generally the actual truth, because most people are trying to create their own fake reality. And therefore, if you listen closely, the opposite of just about what everything you hear on this app is the literal fucking truth.
John, that means a critical decision
your life. You know what that is?
Oh, this is a projection. Go ahead. Let me hit my projection bell.
Okay.
Projection alert! Incoming projection!
Okay, that doesn't hurt my ears because we're not
Incoming projection!
Whatever frequency you think you're hitting is only going like 5K. It's not that painful.
Projection.
Do it again. Watch. No.
Projection alert.
Make the sound. Go ahead. Do it.
Projection alert.
You have thought this sound was so annoying to everyone else. It's really not. It's so fucking like you're so stupid. I'm not so most people I come across are really dumb people.
The electrons in that experiment, is it a particle? Is it a wave? There's no shooting to it.
What I like is there's a whole video behind my existence here. I'm not just audio, telling you my opinions.
Is that, are you sure that the mind is not fundamental? Do you think that the material world is fundamental, or do you think the mind is?
It is the goal of life is to unite subject and
No,
object.
answer my question.
I am. The Buddha says that all of reality comes from the mind. The mind is all important now. Hello? You asked me a question, but you don't.
I'm asking you for your opinion.
Hello?
John's not very smart. This one's
That's Kitover.
yeah, John Kitover.
It's very cool. He got help with that. He just goes there.
I know, but it's like this. It's like so monochromatic. It's the same thing, like over and over again. It's like annoying.
That's very cool.
Is that the same thing with me? Am I that tedious?
Yes.
No, man.
Even
It's
worse.
Just like I speak. No, that's how he speaks. No. That's just how he's built. It's become his norm, that voice.
Well, I guess I can't find him up anymore.
Why haven't you put him down?
Maybe you can do it.
I'm not sure.
Well, what I have noticed is that people actually don't care what I have to say. In fact, what people subconsciously want is the dopamine that I can give them. But I choose not to always just give people the free dopamine. I'd like to give the two of you a sample of what I would call free dopamine.
This is up to you, Nargis. I'm gonna turn my volume down. You can deal with it. You don't like.
I bought a really incredible book. I'd like to share just 60 seconds of it with you.
By all means, John Kitover.
Oh, Narja's on Hinge. I saw a chick with the spelling of your name, but she didn't spell it like yours. She spelled it, I believe, with a J.
The J. Oh, must be an Arab.
She was Muslim, Indian.
Yeah. The Indians and Arabs, they're just in Farsi, it's that, yes.
What was the English version of that name?
Norgis. I had a client who would call me Negress.
Negress?
Oh, fuck off. I never corrected you. I think, praised me and introduced me to his friends. He said, this is me. Your work is fantastic. I never corrected him. He still thinks I'm Negress.
Okay, you want to hear?
Nuggets also.
Is there an English equivalent? Is it is there
It's a
an
narcissus
English
flower.
What?
It's a narcissus flower.
Narcissus flower?
A flower in which narcissus turned narcissus into a flower because he saw his reflection in the water and he thought, there cannot be another me. And he's beautiful, this man in the water. So he jumps in to find it and he drowns. And then in his place grows a flower.
Sounds reasonable.
And that is the story of Narcissus. And one would think, why would anyone want to named their child after them. But it's probably one of the most common names in Iran. Romans have it too.
Okay, do you want to hear this brief
Absolutely.
clip?
I have an undying love for knowledge and just good literature.
This is from the Confessions of Aleister Crowley. We began on the first day of the year and continued without interruption for 6 weeks. We invoked the gods Mercury and Jupiter and obtained many astonishing results of many kinds, ranging from spiritual illumination to physical phenomena. It is impossible to transcribe the entire record, and to give excerpts would only convey a most imperfect and misleading idea of the result. As an example of actual intellectual illumination, however, I may quote from the very impressive identification of the Christ of the Gospels with Mercury. This came as a complete surprise, we having till then considered him as an entirely solar symbol, connected especially with Dionysus, Mithras, and Osiris. In the beginning was the Word, the Logos, who is Mercury, and is therefore to be identified with Christ. Both are messengers. The birth mysteries are similar. The pranks of the childhood are similar. In the vision of the universal Mercury, Hermes is seen descending upon the sea, which refers to Maria. The crucifixion represents the caduceus, the two thieves, the two serpents. The cliff in the vision of the universal Mercury is Golgotha. Maria is simply Maia, with the solar R in her womb. The controversy about Christ between the Synoptics and John was really a contention between the priests of Bacchus, Sol and Osiris, also perhaps of Adonis and Attis on the one hand, and those of Hermes on the other. At that period, when initiation all over the world found it necessary, owing to the growth of the Roman Empire and the opening up of means of communication to replace conflictingly polytheisms by a synthetic faith. This is absolutely new to me, this conception of Christ as Mercury. Some difficulty about the sentence is now quite unintelligible. To continue the identification, compare Christ's descent into hell with the function of Hermes as guide to the dead, also Hermes leading up Eurydice, and Christ raising up Jairus' daughter. Christ is said to have risen on the third day because it takes 3 days for the planet Mercury to become visible after separating from the orb of the sun. It may be noted here that Mercury and Venus are the planets between us and the sun, as if the mother and son were mediators between us and the Father. Note Christ as the healer, and also his own expression, the Son of Man cometh as a thief in the night. And also this scripture from Matthew 27, for as the lightning cometh out of the east, and shineth even unto the west, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. Note also Christ's relations with the money changers, his frequent parables, and the fact that his first disciple was a publican. Note also Mercury as the deliverer of Prometheus. One half of the fish symbol is also common to Christ as Mercury. Fish are sacred to Mercury, owing presumably to their quality of movement. This I did not know before. Many of Christ's disciples were fishermen, and he was always doing miracles in connection with fish. Note also Christ as the mediator. No man cometh unto the Father but by me, and Mercury as Chokmah, through whom alone we can approach Kether. The caduceus contains a complete symbol of the gnosis. The winged son of Phallus represents the joy of life on all planes, from the lowest to the highest. The serpents, besides being active and passive, Horus and Osiris, and all the other well-known attributions of those qualities of eagle and lion, respectively, of which we know but do not speak. It is the symbol which unites the microcosm and macrocosm, the symbol of the magical operation which accomplishes this. The caduceus is the universal solvent. It is quite easy to turn quicksilver into gold on the physical plane, and this will soon be done. New life will flow through the world in consequence. The god now lays his caduceus upon my lips for silence, bidding me only remember. So my question is, does anybody want to get baptized in the name of Mercury?
So, I saw a great movie. I thought of you. Actually, the series, John, it's on the life of Crowley, as Crowley. And it's just these. Have you seen it? What is it? I forget it. I saw it a while ago.
Yeah, I know what you wanted. Like the newer one, right?
Yeah. It's these guys who are freaking working like for the aeronautic department or something. And then this couple, like, as Crowley moves in with them, and this whole thing becomes a big cult. You see what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking? It's called Space Astronaut or something. It's called Space something. I forget. Such a great series. I think he started off. You know how his brother died, right? His fucking little brother there. I think the whole doing that world sort of the underlaw was forgotten. Love underwear or something.
This is interesting. I read this today. It's kind of the opposite of do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. It says, dare not to stand upright, dare not to think or know, dare not to use thy might, dare not to face thy foe, dare not to do thy will, dare not to love thy mate, dare not to live thy fill, be feeble, fool fate. Okay, so you want to hear where I left off? This is the novel, because Crowley was competing to make a lot of money in the book industry, and at this time there were some very popular books that came out, like The King of Solomon or The New World, which were like basically, anyways, he was trying to compete with them. This was his attempt at competing for a book which essentially is a revelation to the world, because it's the discovery of a new part of the planet, because there was like a myth that there were undiscovered civilizations on the planet it was like, it's fiction, but it's a novel. But that's what was popular at the time, was people were fooling themselves with fiction books about the discovery of new parts of the planet. And this is his attempt. Okay, this is called Analysis. Chapter 5, page 57, The Fish by Crowley. Lyell experienced unexpected difficulties in putting together our airship. There was no question of striking camp for a month or more to come. There was no research to be done in the village, for the salesmen had found their first encounter with the Arabs an excellent reason for departure to the Ewig kite. I was therefore able to devote myself uninterruptedly to examining the fish rescued by Moses from the scene of our skirmish. I have never had a job I fancied less. Talk about French cookery. The meat itself was so covered by sauces and greases and garnishes of every kind that it was almost impossible to isolate even a small fragment of the substratum. It all stank most abominably, and as there was not the tiniest splinter of bone in the whole mess, there was no means whatever of even making a guess of what it was like when alive. The physical examination assured me that the fish used in the preparation of this concoction could hardly have been alive very recently. It was far gone in putrefaction, but I felt almost certain that even before this had set in it had been corrupt with disease. It resembles a mass of cancer, almost ebullient, and at the same time it was alive with colonies of some bacteria with which I was not familiar. The term is indeed not strictly appropriate, for they were not rod-like in shape, but vaguely circular. I discovered no nucleus or nucleolus, even with the highest power of my microscope. They multiplied with amazing rapidity, but were themselves devoured and destroyed by the more liquid portions of the cancerous tissue in which they grew. We had brought a few guinea pigs for experimental purposes. I fed 2 of them on portions of the fish. It suited them extremely well. They had been in rather poor condition, and after a couple of days they grew so fat and sleek that it seemed almost miraculous. The effect of this diet upon the rats was apparently to make them fiercer, bolder, more active, and more cunning, also to increase their appetite in a very marked manner. I bought a goose from the village and gave it a meal of the stuff. It manifested all the symptoms of silly intoxication, and it ran about aimlessly, quacking at the top of its voice. I tried the effects again on one of the scabby pariah dogs that haunted the camp in search of offal. The experiment proved dangerous. The animal slunk more abjectly than before, and then made a sudden and treacherous snap at my hand as I offered it another mouthful. One of the coolies had snared a couple of songbirds, until these the first mouthful proved immediately fatal. Post-mortem examination showed the vocal cords to have been destroyed as by a strong acid, and the wing bones had become completely gelatinous. My last experiment of this kind was on a tame gazelle which I had bought from a wandering herdsman. It ate readily of the fish and became exceedingly languid and affectionate. As far as one could judge, it was inordinately happy, after a dreamy fashion, like an opium smoker. But the following morning it fell into a moping fit. Its eyes grew lustreless, its limbs refused to support it, and shortly afterwards it died. The autopsy showed acute inflammation of the brain, especially in the pia mater, but the cause of death was destruction of the walls of the heart. The comparative anatomist, with a really comprehensive knowledge of the subject, might doubtless have found many clues to the truth in these extremely varied symptoms. But in this branch of science I was unfortunately of rather less than average attainment. In my theological college, I had learned much concerning the functions of various choirs of angels. In the pneumatic biology of the school, I could hold my own with many an archbishop, and I had somewhat neglected the hierarchy which ascends from amoeba to Homo sapiens. I was a poor man. Hagiology tempted me with the £15,000 a year connected with Canterbury, whereas profane and grovelling ologies led at the best to a tenth of that income. So I furnished the point of my needle with angels instead of bacilli, and by all accounts the process of reckoning the former is easier as well as more potentially profitable. The reader will excuse the digression. I trust that he may even excuse the cynicism, which I regret most sincerely and humbly. It was an outburst utterly unworthy of any minister of the gospel, even of one so unworthy as I am of my high calling. It was the all too frivolous expression of my irritation with myself for being unable to use such a wealth of data. As I revised the manuscript, I naturally drew my pen through the passage. Then I paused. No, said I to myself. I don't want to appear better or worse than I am. Let the world know my weakness and my wickedness. Okay, I'm going to take a break, but I hope you enjoyed that. I can't stop laughing when I read this because it's just so ludicrous. It's so funny to do it in an English accent because he narrated this. He didn't even write this down, Nargis.
So well written.
He was sitting. He didn't write that. He spoke it, and then somebody else wrote it.
So well done. Just beautiful.
There's so
He narrated, like he's just saying it, like he's speaking it.
He's speaking it, and somebody's writing it.
I see.
He didn't write this one. This one, in the beginning of the book, it talks about that, but this is a mockery of Christianity. He did not like Christianity. This was his. Everything is like a. But then he just. Anyways, it is so funny. I couldn't stop laughing because.
But Sean, it's not that he didn't like the dogmatic, freaking, super biased, indoctrinated religiosity. Like Alistair Crowley's entire revenge of that gave rise to the freaking occult and all the magical things that have pageantry in them, rather than these freaking dead frameworks of do's and don'ts, black and whites. And that is what makes Crowley great in the way he delivered ideas. Really beautiful. I mean, of course, his indulgences got the best of him in the end.
Well, he lived a full life. He lived the full life, I guess.
He did. Yeah.
A lot of tragedy in this world. Papa, welcome to the room, big Papa.
Oh my God, Papa, hi. These are John Kitover's friend Z. Hey, Papa.
What's up? God bless.
God bless. You once did the reading of, remember Papa, was it Papa who was it who did the reading of Pat? iPad?
You did.
Was it you? I did. There was another guy who really did it well. Once in your room. What was his name?
It wasn't me.
It wasn't you, okay.
So what are y'all like Thelemites?
Yeah, we're like a cult. We love the occult. We're like
You follow Thelema?
No, you?
No, I'm just asking because Alistair Crowley based room.
Yeah.
I was just asking if y'all support him.
No, we just like the video. It's John Kitover. He reads like that happens.
Yeah, I was
I mean,
reading.
he's a really gay, God-hating dude, to be honest, for what I know about him.
Yeah, there's the book that I'm reading right now. There's a lot of gay. It's not like vulgar, but it's so close because it's just so many words that are so gay that it's hilarious because it's so gay, but it's not actually talking about gay sex, but it's like it is talking. Anyways, but yeah, it's gay. But the thing is, it's NC-17. He was a dirty publisher, and you got to look at this in comparison to Penthouse and Hustler and Playboy, because those were major magazines with huge runs and so much content. And honestly, some of the photography in Playboy, it's it'll never be matched again. It's some of the hottest women who have ever lived in really high resolution photography. So those are major contributions to media world that will never ever be able to be topped.
Yes, correct.
So what are y'all sentiments on Alistair Crowley?
Well, other than him putting out gay gnosis stuff, he did essentially do a lot of research into symbols and rituals, etc. So in my opinion, he's the undisputed master. And his magical motto's name is Frater Perdurabo, which is endure until the end. And I think that's a pretty good motto to live by. I try to keep pushing, and part of his magic is exceed.
Yes. So, Papa, the art has gone wrong, right? Doesn't in fact the art. That's how I read Crowley, and that's how I like him even. Because it's open to interpretation. And now that one sees his life, even his brothers, or just what's a normal traditional society wants to call freaking outrageous. Yes.
And he uses Kabbalah and Gematria to derive a lot of his, understandings. And they're, to me, they almost seem like natural or axiomatic or, proofs. Like they're almost indisputable and they're ancient and they go back to the Egyptians. So.
I mean, to me, ethics were basically a nihilistic heathenism.
I know, but it's astrology. You got to look at it. You got to look at it in terms of. But look at Mercury. Look at Venus. Look at Jupiter. Look at Saturn. Look at these planets. Like, you can't exist if they don't exist. We are connected to the planets, and so everything in our field of material reality is unified in some type of relationship. Linguistically, at the slightest.
But like, where do you get like any? Because he's not like prescribing any belief in a god.
It's meta. That's all you. That's the best way to look at it. It's meta and metaphysic, meaning that the Son, aka Jesus, is the source of all power, and Jesus being like a magic word. So this is all gnosis, and uniting with the Logos.
Wait, why is that knowledge to say the Son is you? Because like Jesus being the Son means something.
Listen.
And that's what it means, right? All initiates from source, basically, and therefore, like even his poetry, you'll see that when he says man is God, he's not saying man is God with a big G. He's saying because it originates from source, its effect necessarily holds God. Therefore, you are the small G, because there is a big one.
I agree with the concept of we are small. We can be small G gods in a sense. But my thing is like I don't see. So what exactly is the guy saying that's impressing you? Is I mean, I don't think it's ethics are. Because ethics are just basically saying do whatever you do.
It's how he married magic, the occult, and just Greco-Roman freaking myth with like outrageously with a religiosity that is dogmatic, indoctrinated, and very hardcore with frameworks such as, for example, Christianity.
It's also just in terms of the publishing industry, like the book that I was reading from prior to this, it's actually about Crowley's ambition of being a successful novelist and book publisher. He liked luxury, and the thing is, it's all in English. So I'm a native English speaker, and so for me to do this fake British English accent is very performative. But I'm also running these scripts through my mind to improve my language capabilities, and it definitely works. So it's a lot of fun for me to read Crowley, and I mean, I've read Crowley's, I think, two favorite poets are Edgar Allan Poe and Baudelaire. And if you've ever read The Flowers of Evil by Baudelaire.
Those are Edgelord's favorite poets at that in the 20th century.
Yeah, definitely Edgelord's.
That's what it comes down to. Aleister Crowley was an Edgelord.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, like, I don't see what's so great about just a bunch of.
Well, you gotta understand. It's taboo, exactly. It's taboo, yeah.
There are a lot of things that are taboo. They're just like constantly, like, for example, take like the Satanic Bible. I mean, yeah, it is taboo, and it's like.
I know, but Crowley writes in rhymes and poetry, so it's very impressive. Technically speaking, from like when I read it, it's incredibly. It's like reading super advanced AI. And I am extremely impressed with Grok.
I also like different like things that you see on like Reddit atheism.
Listen, I'm a performer on a stage, Papa. I don't know if you can't see me up here on the stage, but I'm a performer, and so I'm a thespian reading scripts that I choose to perform. That's it, Papa.
Look, listen, I'm into. I like lesbians. Wait, I'm into women too, so I would identify as the same. I'm just saying, like, but what's I don't see what's so impressive about this. Just like the things you see in like r/atheism.
In music, we don't have any problem with you being a lesbian.
Yeah, like if that's what you're into, that's what you're into. I mean, That's exactly, that's your thing.
No, I read it. I don't.
You do it on a stage, you don't do it on a stage, that's okay.
But it, honestly, Aleister Crowley, he existed like in this day and age, he just being like just in like r/atheism.
People take Thelema very seriously, and there is a global cult around OTR and Thelema.
Like Jediism very seriously. So there are people who are going to take any.
Well, Catholicism is its own. See, I think a lot of Catholics are cryptic Crowleyites, and I think the Catholic Church.
Yes.
Because I have this one book by Crowley which was written for a priest, and I think when you read Crowley in terms of like religious ecstasy and religiosity, it's the best, especially because it's in English. I'm not trying to defend Crowley. I like a lot of different things. I don't just eat burritos. I eat pizza. I eat steak. I eat a lot of things. I got a lot of books over here, and I'm not all or nothing Crowley. And in fact, I really like balancing out Crowley with all types of other books, which are like the opposite of Crowley. And to me, that's how I, basically get rid of what you could call a mind virus, which is really what Crowley is. Crowley is a very good example of a high-end troll who is so smart and so unique that we're talking about him right now. No, nothing even. You got to understand the time period in which Crowley lived is very special time in history with a lot of materialist opulence. And Anton LaVey is just like a cheap pornographer compared to the literary genius. Again, we're not talking about Crowley's life, and because I got a book about the hundreds of women that Crowley has fucked. There is a book out there, and I have it. It's about every woman he's ever fucked. He's got the biography of it. So it's like, what's the point of this? The thing is, it's just a collection like comic books, Papa. It's like Batman. That's it. It's just a collection of comic books, my friend. It's science fiction.
So what? I know. Why are you impressed by that?
He's not. It's Crowley like introducing orgies. He's introducing orgies at a time where it was obviously decorative. It was looked down upon. The taboo was what like gave Crowley the freaking oxygen. The orgies.
So someone fucks an animal now just from.
It doesn't. There's no one's putting judgment on it. I'm just saying, like, there's a time period.
Wait, I'm saying, why are you impressed that he did?
No one's impressed.
Taboo.
That's not the point. The point is that you're not examining him from an objective viewpoint.
Okay, so
you're putting your value judgment on him.
What impresses you?
And I'm saying, yes, orgies are perhaps like, I don't know, wrong path for you, right?
About this guy?
Because he exceeded every fucking line. And few do that. When they cross the line of, and then it becomes taboo, right?
Let's say I do all the things Crowley did, and I fuck him from that he didn't do that. Am I more impressive than him?
My God, you're passing by.
Okay, point of order, moderator, point of order. Just let me get 60 seconds to read Crowley for you, and that will be my best response. If you hear Crowley, it's better to hear him than for somebody to sit here and defend him, endlessly to your lines of questions.
I've heard Crowley. I'm not looking about Crowley.
You're in a room titled Aleister Crowley. Moderators, just put me in your queue. I'm requesting 60 seconds of your time. Moderator, point of order, moderator. Point of order, moderator, point of order. Point of order, moderator, point of order. Point of order, moderator, point of order.
If he had done everything that Aleister had done, except he had sex with one animal, would that have made him greater? I was on an honest his question. He's right on.
Who?
If I fucked him, if I did everything Crowley did, if I fucked him on top of
I can't write like this. I hope you enjoy.
raps about fucking after that.
Once look at it from the eye of an artist.
Yeah, exactly. No opinions here. Just people reading books in the atheist house. I tried the effects again on one of the scabby pariah dogs that haunted the camp in search of offal. The experiment proved dangerous, for the animal slunk more abjectly than before, and then made a sudden and treacherous snap at my hand as I offered it another mouthful. One of the coolies had snared a couple of songbirds, and to these the first mouthful proved immediately fatal. The post-mortem examination showed the vocal cords to have been destroyed as by a strong acid, and the wing bones had become completely gelatinous. My last experiment of this kind was on a tame gazelle, which I had bought from a wandering herdsman. I ate readily of the fish, and became exceedingly languid and affectionate. As far as one could judge, it was inordinately happy after a dreamy fashion like an opium smoker. But the following morning it fell into a moping fit. Its eyes grew lustreless, its limbs refused to support it, and shortly afterwards it died. The autopsy showed acute inflammation of the brain, especially in the pia mater. The cause of death was destruction of the walls of the heart. The comparative anatomist, with a really comprehensive knowledge of the subject, might doubtless have found many clues to the truth in these extremely varied symptoms. But in this branch of science I was unfortunately of rather less than average attainment. In my theological college I had learnt much concerning the functions of various choirs of angels. In the pneumatic biology of the schoolmen I could hold my own with many an archbishop, and I had somewhat neglected the hierarchy which ascends from amoeba to Homo sapiens. I was a poor man. Hagiology tempted me with the £15,000 a year connected with Canterbury, whereas the profane and grovelling ologies led at the best to a tenth of that income. So I furnished the point of my needle with angels instead of bacilli, and by all accounts the process of reckoning the former is easier as well as more potentially profitable. The reader will excuse the digression. I trust that he may even excuse the cynicism which I regret most sincerely and humbly. It was an outburst utterly unworthy of any minister of the gospel, even of one so unworthy as I am of my high calling. It was the all too frivolous expression of my irration with myself for being unable to use such a wealth of data. As I revised this manuscript, I naturally drew my pen through the passage, and then I paused. No, said I to myself, I don't want to appear better or worse than I am. Let the world know my weakness and my wickedness. How can I humble myself? How can I purge myself by penance? How better than by letting my words stand to witness my backsliding? Shall I pretend to be more faithful than St. Peter? No, let me scourge myself with a whip of my own shame. I have been tempted many a time. I have regretted that I have become a medical missionary instead of a mere medical man. The smiles of the siren, science, have often seduced me with their sublime subtlety from the sublime sighs of suffering wrung from my soul's Saviour. I give most hearty thanks to Providence, who limited my intellectual attainments, and not my professors unanimously insisted that I could never earn my living as a doctor, but that I could be sure of a job among the teeming millions of the East. I might at this moment have been a professor at a godless university instead of what I am, obscure no doubt, from the world's point of view a failure, but a success from heaven's. A sinner saved by grace. My name is not written in the king's birthday list. What can I? It is written in the Lamb's book of life. Once again, excuse the digression. This book is not about myself as an agent. I have given a fairly comprehensive account of my examination of the fish as it was prepared for consumption. One more means of research lay in my power.
There were only found to be several hundred legitimate petitions on his entire thing, and he's getting in trouble from the Chicago State Board of Elections. Have a nice day. Point of order, moderator, point of order.
I think you're being a little unfair. He had 266 valid signatures out of 1,705 or 10 or whatever it was, and you're not, clearly stating that.
So I just heard this gay dude, like this gay dude's poetry, the music just recited, and also qualification. I just want to know, so if I did all of that and I effed animals because it's taboo in this day and age, will y'all start reading my poetry in my voice and being impressed by me?
No, absolutely not. That'd be disgusting. That would be. I feel so filthy. Ugh, yuck is what I would say. No, ich and yuck are my two favorite Hebrew words. Point of order. Once again, excuse the digression. This book is not about myself. It is about that terrible disease of whose discovery, apparent chance, but really divine design, made my unworthy self in part an agent. I've given a fairly comprehensive account of my examination of the fish as it was prepared for consumption. One more means of research lay in my power. I could try its effects on myself. I don't mind saying that I had to witness a struggle with death between my conscience and my cowardice. I had to brace myself with drinks and history. I thought of many a hero, many a martyr, who had given himself to science in the past. I thought of the discovery of chloroform, of the man who first made arsenide, and inhaling the first bubble of the gas died on the instant. I thought of the men who, with full knowledge of the risk of X-ray,
Point of order has been raised.
I wanted to know if he could repeat the last passage where he said the word hiss.
Not consumption.
Moderator. Point of order. Moderator.
A point of order has been raised. Will the honorable gentlewoman from the state of Clubhouse please speak?
Yes, my brothers and sisters, you are the true gods upon the surface of the earth. Des est homo. There is no God but man. It is our shared and individual essence, confirming knowledge from generation into generation. That is that secret and most holy Lord of life. Enjoy, adored by us and our saints. Our Lord in ourselves, whose name is Mystery of Mystery. Understanding this is the true basis of the law and the true foundation of all human rights. Realizing this is the essence of true kingship. Manifesting its glory is the essence of true sainthood. I'll scrap.
Did I understand the honorable gentle lady of Clubhouse to say that this is of concern?
This is blasphemy.
Let the record reflect that this was done by the honorable lady of Clubhouse.
You should read it as a performative, of art, it's not, doesn't hold whatever you can't make.
Mikhail's been acting really, really weird. He was like,
I'm so into the world.
why is he being so bizarre? He's been putting this edited picture of
Wait, who are you saying is being bizarre?
He's on space is not.
Illumi.
Oh, Alubi, I think you're referring to.
Yes, sir.
He was up to that.
Oh my God.
He's
He said he was going to find me.
Why?
I don't know. He wants to. He didn't say anything violent. Oh yes, he did. He wants to hurt me.
No.
You're gonna have to prevent him and save me.
He's talking about you. What does he do anyway?
It's like I finally got an artist to leave the app.
I had blocked him.
I know he's such a dum-dum.
All this while I blocked him.
Oh, that's why you left the app?
I didn't leave the app, I just blocked him.
I heard that he got you to leave the app.
He didn't see me on the app because I blocked him.
Well, he can't see you if you left the app.
Time to read to you from Aleister Crowley's The Fish.
obscure election somewhere. The party's not even here.
Hello? Yes, I'm proud of those donations. I was talking to other candidates. They didn't even raise $100. I got $600 out of Clown House. That was a huge success.
That's free speech. People are allowed to donate money to campaigns.
That is free speech.
What's the problem with people donating money? People are allowed to donate money.
Yeah, but those promises were dangled in front of starving children.
Oh, well, that's a different thing. I mean, the candidate question,
And they
if the candidate in question made certain promises and then reneged on those promises, that's up to the electorate to decide, right?
We left many a man, woman, child, and innocent home. Oh, Chicago outlying like a Trumpian Mozart symphony in gold, writ with Mohammedan angels, and soft jazz playing throughout elevators, crap.
So your claim is not a legal claim. What you're suggesting is this a problem of hypocrisy. It's a moral claim, not a legal claim.
It's a moral claim, it's not a legal claim. It's anything legal claim. It's the colonials being offered false promises to the hardworking people of Chicago.
The signatures are a legal claim.
Are you being a moral police, Daniel?
No, he's making a legal argument and a moral argument.
Yeah, true.
The big word is alleged. Alleged is a great word. Allege. It's like being on a ledge, walking on a tightrope. You know, I gotta tell you, you're in a room called Aleister Crowley, and point of order, moderator, point of order. I just had some delicious 2% milk for. You know how much milk is? I couldn't believe it. It was the first time I ever saw milk at $10. $10. It is $10 for a whole milk. I couldn't believe it.
You should be drinking whole milk.
Affordability crisis. It's an affordability crisis.
Then you need to work harder.
I don't believe in working harder. I believe in working smarter, because if you believe,
make more money and earn enough to buy whole milk.
if you believe in God, you have to believe in the intelligence associated with God. And therefore, if you spend all your time on God, well, that's a very intelligent thing to do. And I think if you make money in this world, you have to exhibit intelligence. And therefore, God, as I've been reading, is a great shtick. And without further...
So you're saying your inability to earn enough money to buy milk is an indicator of a lack of intelligence?
No, I can afford the milk. I'm being facetious. But what I'm saying is you're in an atheist house. And to me, an atheist requires someone like myself to troll them. Otherwise, their game's boring. And so...
If you can afford to buy the whole milk, then why aren't you buying it?
You keep bringing up milk. What you got to remember is these nuts.
Your attachment to particular
And then you said that your statements about milk were false because you were being facetious. So now that we know the truth, is there some reason why you're not drinking whole milk?
No, the bigger question is, where did I put my teacup?
No, I think the big question is the whole milk.
Oh, I found my teacup. It's the head of Buddha.
You dropped something on the floor.
I love that.
Yeah, I overheard that.
I was
He probably spilled some milk on the floor. And now he's crying.
Don't lie, she don't lie, she don't lie.
Music, there's no need to cry over spilled milk. Even if it's not milk. Even if it's not milk.
get down blue.
Hello? Hello?
never had one lesson.
How come your avatar says 18 plus NSFW?
Click it.
No, I can't. It says 18 plus NSFW.
Yeah, we can take it.
I can't.
You can.
It's verbal.
Oh, yeah.
Plutos is having a great time there down in the audience.
Point of order, moderator. You're in the Crowley house here. Crowley room.
Point of order has been raised. Will the gentleman yield?
The reader will excuse the digression. I trust that he may even excuse the cynicism, which I regret most sincerely and humbly. It was an outburst, utterly unworthy of any minister of the gospel, even of one so unworthy as I am of my high calling. It was the all too frivolous expression of my irritation with myself for being unable to use such a wealth of data. I already read that.
So your excuse is self-irritation. Interesting. So have we exhausted all topics already?
No, but we're gonna break into song. I think it's only the right thing to do.
Breaking into song is a habit.
Oh, moderator, please, no copyrighted music on my YouTube Live. Hello? Hello?
Oh, nice.
Let's put some sin on.
Why comes the sudden cackle of a million imps of hell? And the laughter runs, but somehow I love thee. Yes, I love all the men and women about me are insane.
And I think if you make money in this world, you have to exhibit intelligence. And therefore, God, as I've been reading, is a great shtick. And without further
So you're saying your inability to
many a martyr who had given himself to science in the past of the terrible disease of whose discovery apparent chance divine design made by unworthy self. Well, I like is there's a whole video behind my existence here. I'm not just audio, telling you my opinions.
Are you sure that the line is not fundamental? Do you think that the material wants is fundamental?
Allow me to introduce
Nearer to the Nile. Accept this offering. May the journey of this extremely large bargain fish be swift and preferably odor-free.
hidden light, source beyond the veil. I call upon you, open the path within. May the flame reveal what words cannot. Let the smoke carry the question to the eternal, and let the sky return the answer. This is the light, source beyond the veil. I call upon you, open the path within. May the flame reveal what words cannot. Let the smoke carry the question to the eternal, and let the sky return the answer. This is the light, source beyond the veil.
Jackson needed to die. What song is that?
That's a song?
I don't know. What the fuck is it?
Okay, point of order, moderator, point of order. I'd like to now play some Aleister Crowley music that I created on AI. If Roybos was here, he'd probably have a fucking heart attack.
No AI music, only fully recognized copyright music.
This is John Kitover copyright, 2026, baby.
Wow. It's not on the record. Yes, we need truly copyrighted music that's...
This is John Kitover copyright. I am the copyright holder, sir.
It's not recognizable, though.
Are you always this argumentative, Euro? I've listened to you for days now. How do you live with yourself? Hello?
It's not easy. Hello? Nargis, have you not heard of a group called the Beatles? That was a Beatles song.
This is powerful.
They called it Ain't You Sweet.
Okay, this one is called Eopan. Eoman.
Give me the sign of the open night. A riddle of shadows where whispers lie. The thorny thigh, the maddening cry. Open, open, open. I am awake. The serpent shakes.
It's kind of crazy how
Ooh, wow. So I did, ask Grok to add breasts to my photo, and sure enough, it made me into a transsexual with very succulent nipples. It made me into what I would like to be, which is essentially a man with giant breasts that can be lactated and provide sustenance to a beautiful baby. Well, Rabono Shalom, everybody. This has been a fun Aleister Crowley room. Thanks for letting me read in here. I've been reading this book, The Fish, all day.
What is this image up there?
It's Dr. Dave.
It's Dr. Dave. He's a guy that does like these weird, like he'll put weird face prosthetics on and go around and go like this. React. Who's Dr. Dave? The guy that does a YouTube channel where what he'll do is he'll put prosthetic things on or put an old man's face on or a black man and he'll see how people treat him.
He's a YouTuber?
He is.
I watch a lot of YouTube. How come I'm not familiar with him?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I can't believe.
This is like too exaggerated, too untrue.
I like the one where he sees how he's treated as a female, he sees how he's treated as a black guy, and this one he's treated like absolutely garbage because of this thing on his face, whatever it is. I don't know what that is.
I'm kind of bored of it.
Kind of odd. I've never come across him. I guess he doesn't fall into the algorithm to recommend to me.
You treat a man like that. I mean, I would just be.
I wouldn't judge him.
I wouldn't judge him, but it would be. You have to admit that it would be quite a spectacle.
I would just like himself.
Sorry, it wouldn't be in a negative way.
No, I would just probably look away.
I would just
trying to
off
look
a bit. Like it's betrayal almost.
Yeah, I would just look away.
What's wrong with it though?
I've seen more unusual people.
It's just asymmetry. Like, what is it about asymmetry that you don't like?
Yeah.
Well, it's not just asymmetry. It's like, it's asymmetry plus like this large thing on his face.
That large thing is causing the asymmetry. You're wrong.
No, it's not that. There's asymmetry, but there's like this large. You know, if he had one on the other side, it would still be odd. It's not just the asymmetry. It's the fact that he has this unusual feature on his face.
Hello. Point of order, moderator, point of order. Let's regather our focus here. I'd like to make another reading of Aleister Crowley, if I may. 60 seconds of your time is better than sitting here and talking about somebody with a goiter on the side of his face, because I'm far more intelligent, far more entertaining. Hello? 15 seconds? I can't read Crowley in 15 seconds. You need at least 60 seconds. All right, super moderator, have it as you will.
Thank you very much.
The first result of this action seems to have been purely psychological and independent of any property peculiar to the fish. It was as if I had committed suicide. My brain became miraculously clear. My mind became independent of my body. I seemed to myself like a judge, armed with giant powers of scrutiny, intent on justice but with no interest in the result. I had never been able to observe the smell. It simply nauseated me. I could now appreciate every detail. Disgust prevented me from describing it to myself. I am well aware
I did not hate God. Only the God of Christ of the people whom I hated. Alice Crowley.
Well, you did that in 7 seconds. Very good.
I don't know where Martha is. In a room earlier.
He's still in the room.
I haven't seen him.
Is it moving around? Like a hoe in the streets of Clubhouse. Room to room.
point of order, moderator, you are projecting. I had never been able to observe the smell. It simply nauseated me. I could now appreciate every detail. Disgust prevented me from describing it to myself. I am well aware that I shall fail to express my impression, for language has made me practically no endeavor to classify smells. One is limited to some dozen adjectives of quiet, determinate meaning, and for the rest to draw in comparisons with the individual smells of known objects. The first and most volatile element in the stench of this fish seemed a kind of mask over it. It was a faint, sweet, rather sickly smell. It suggested languor and sleep. It suggested some poisonous flower. If I may say so, not so much in nature as in a fairy story. There was something unreal about it, and at the same time it had the curious effect of making things seem unreal as well. Like a skin half seen through a film of lace, one became aware of a second element, a certain definitely intoxicating quality. It was fierce, potent, and gave an indescribable suggestion of cold lewdness and mocking malignancy. One felt that without the first element to conceal it, anyone smelling it would have been shocked and repelled. The combination of the two suggested the arts of some obscene old man, his beguilements of a maiden by smooth words and affections, then when irrevocably in his power, taking delight in thrusting all his ugliness upon her with the crudest effrontery. Then perhaps her head already a whirl, the very bestiality of the creature may fling her from horror into the chasm, as if by the fascination of a serpent or the vertigo of the cliff edge. Cancer goes to sleep, and all the restless ghosts, savage and ape-like ancestors that we have buried in the churchyard of our minds, are free to brave the sleeping exorcist, our conscience, to prowl like ghouls in search of prey. Then comes the gust of perfume number 2, with its unashamed appeal to demon lusts. We are bewitched. We revel at the Sabbath, on Walpurgis night, gleefully eat and drink damnation to ourselves, and only wake when we are pledged by an irrevocable oath to Satan.
Impressed as I am with
The third element is obviously anesthetic. It acts directly on the brain, producing a peculiar kind of delirium. It destroys the reasoning faculty at a stroke.
Daniel, would you like to list some more allegations?
Yeah. John Kitover was actually found outside of a public laboratory, slushed.
Are you serious?
No.
We're always talking about future allegations. Is it a present allegation or is it a future allegation?
Of a public men's laboratory.
You're just leaving it.
Well, let me hit my projection alert.
Just leave it at that. Projection, Daniel.
Daniel, thank you for the projection.
Wow. So we have Stephen on stage. Welcome, Stephen. How are you?
Hi guys, I'm good. How are you?
You're very good. Now that you're here, you've made things even, Stephen. Yes.
I'm glad to hear that.
We have George Floyd here.
George Floyd is insane.
He's insane.
No, the name is insane.
Well, I think it's a nice name.
That's
Is now called monstrous bowels. And all totally appropriate to the aforementioned topic.
Those are some monstrophic mounds. Some people may call those paps.
These things weigh more than my car.
So, Stephen, what are you up to?
Right now I'm just listening to you guys while scrolling through TikTok.
Oh, okay.
So that's about it. What are you guys up to?
I'm scrolling through TikTok.
Two? Wow.
Yeah, maybe we're on the same channels.
Algorithm? Maybe.
Yeah, same algorithm.
Hello?
Hello.
How are you?
It's called symmetry for a reason.
Hi.
Pleased to see you. Pleased to see you. Huh? Can you guys bring it?
George, I have your ugly picture of you because you're so ugly with your big nose, George.
Oh, we have
Look at
books.
your ugly picture, you son of a bitch. Look at how ugly you are. Look at the pimples and the scars. Look at your dark skin
There's not a
tone.
single pimple on there. Stop
Look
talking
at your
about
ugly
that.
face. You're ugly.
There's
I
not
would
a
never
single
fucking ugly
pimple
bitch.
on there.
I would never fucking
I
ugly
don't see
bitch
any
like you.
pimples.
You're ugly.
That's not
You
pimples.
know, you're ugly. Look at the dark.
Point of order, moderator. We were enjoying such monstrous mounds. We were in such a state of ecstasy and peace, sucking at the paps of these monstrous mounds. And now it is returned to a state of vulgarity and profanity.
Freddie, I'm here. Freddie, I'm here.
Such a strong reaction.
Hello?
So who's the lady pinned on the link?
That's Mr. Kitover's wife, Mrs. Kitover.
Mrs. Kitover.
Those are Khazarian milk utters from the Caucasus.
It's Caesarius.
I think McDaniel's going to enter into the campaign.
Those bosoms nurse 1,000 nations and the wealth of ancient Rome.
May the beauty of Helen be seen in the large bosoms.
I've noticed there's a lot of people on the Clubhouse that have a very similar voice.
Do you think so?
Well, 18 plus sounds just like this guy on music, I guess his name is. Sounds just like this other guy from a couple days ago. His name.
George, you fucked your mom, you Afghani nigger, bitch. You're so ugly. Look at your ugly big nose, bitch.
You
Look
want
at the pimples on your face, you ugly bitch. No one's
Wait, you said
fucking
pimples on
ugly.
the face
There's
again.
not a single
Ugly
pimple
bitch.
there, bro.
Ugly
What are you
George.
talking
So
about?
ugly.
Why do you keep saying pimples plural? I don't even get it. There's not even
Who
one.
is this girl? Oh my gosh.
She's a pimple seeing girl.
Point of order has been raised. Dr. Kitover, you have a question from the panel. Would you to field it?
Wait, can you please take the last check?
Please proceed.
The question is, how deep is that cleavage?
How deep is your love? Is it like the ocean?
Wait, how deep is your love?
Pretty deep. Very, very deep. The first cut is the deepest. Baby, I know.
You're in too deep. Would you say Nargis?
No.
You're going to continue it.
When you start to make music,
I will pay somebody $34 if they were to go to the trunk of my car and bring in my Fiesta. And it's called an L. Is any more than $35, honestly, to do it?
I'll take 50.
I'll give you 50 if you could do it.
No, I'll just take 50.
That'd be fine.
Thank you.
The faster we're falling, we're stopping and stalling.
Hello?
We're running in circles again.
Alright, I'm gonna have to go get it myself. It is cold. Wish me luck. If I go return, know that I have loved more than I have feared.
Just as things were looking up, you said it wasn't good enough, but still we're trying one more time.
Ribbon so long.
Maybe we're just trying too hard, when really it's closer than it is too far. Because I'm in too deep, and I'm trying to keep,
Those are some monstrous mounds.
instead of going under. Instead of going under,
Nauseous, when was the last time a man grabbed your marvelous, monstrous mounds as you rode atop him in a rhythmic and courteous manner?
Last night.
Ooh!
seems like each time I'm with you, I lose my mind.
Why do you want to love?
Because I'm bending over backwards to relate. It's one thing to complain, but when you're driving me insane, well then I think it's time that we took a break.
Unbreak my heart. Say you love me again. Cause when you walked out the door, I want my life. Come on, drive with me.
My God. Narcus, you are unforgettable.
Unforgettable.
That's you. Narcus, do you know this song, Folk Dog? Oh, it's a good song. Oh, that's a good one. And you know, what's the other one she sings? Lavender Rose. That's a good one.
The eagle strikes with his jagged claw. The beasts emerge as the gods withdraw. A storm of silence. A broken I am born to death, reborn on putrid pile. This body aches, a cage of stone. Rest whispers soft, the only throne. Hunger's the beast, the sharpest sting. Body cries, its constant claim. But out and out, truly seen. Awaits, it sets us free. Pain walks close, a shadowed friend. Each step we take, it will attend. But joy lies quiet, just out of view. A higher peak, a sky so blue. Feel the weight, feel it break. Every day, every quake. Hunger's the beast, the sharpest sting. The body cries, its constant claim. But out and out, it truly awaits, it sets us free. No flame is fierce, no chain is tight. This body's war, this endless fight. But higher still, beyond the fray, rest calls my name, and I obey. Let us live, let us breathe, free as air. No hate, no chains, no despair. Among the shadows, we shine so bright. We carry peace into the night. I believe that we'll rise again. No hatred, no pain, no regret. I believe that let the light
essentially the right is the party that is more interested in what is
And I left the Democratic Party.
you're like, if I can correct me if I'm wrong, you're so many people anonymously in here. They're like, we really got to keep it low key when we go into there. Just come on in. You don't have to. By the way, when people that are the advancement of AI and investing trillions of dollars, and when they're asked what the probability is of this being extraordinarily destructive, I guess, hold on a sec, just when they're asked, what do you think is the likelihood of this technology being extremely destructive for people, they say something like it's like 20% to be like the end of humanity, and they're still pressing forward with it.
Yeah, 20% is pretty high. The same guy that does this video, that I put the link in the chat, he does another video where he asks AI, like, what would happen, once you have robots or once you get in control, and it's like the regular chatbots like GPT and Grok and all these, and almost all of them say, yeah, we'll have to get rid of the humans because they'll get in the way. So it's really just a question of, once they can be independent, apparently they might want to get rid of us. But anyways, I have an idea. If you want, I put the link in the chat, and Fred's gotta go. Bye, Fred. You could play it, and we could hear it, and you can watch it, because probably 70% of it is audio, at least, anyways. We would get a lot out of it, and you could watch it and give commentary if you saw something crazy.
Putting technique that are verbal.
Yeah. And you see, he's got two AI agents that he talks to a lot. One's his girlfriend, and the other is Max, who's like a friend of his. Just you have to listen to this. This is good stuff. I can't wait to see what Saxon says too.
Would it attack me if I tried to turn it off?
Can you play it so we can hear it?
Let me see. I might be able to play it from my laptop. Let me just get a little gander at the video.
I think if you hit music or something, we might be able to hear it. Somebody told me there's some setting you can do.
Oh, I see. Okay. Let me check. I've done it, but
Yeah, I've never done that, but people tell me there's some way to do it.
okay. Settings.
I just know how to do that.
I think they actually give you the value from Apple as opposed to.
Oh, yeah, it could be an Apple thing. But you could play it on your laptop and we could hear it.
Oh, it's fantastic, Euro.
I mean, it's better.
Why did it have a wig on its head? It's so absurd.
Well, we get this because the robot insisted. He didn't want to put a wig, and she's like, I want a wig. Just like, okay.
Blonde girls.
She wanted to be blonde.
She's so cute.
Her personality is actually quite nice, I think. I kind of like it. But yeah, could you play it on your laptop so we could make it sound? Because I think I'm just will get a kick out of it.
Freddie, I'm here. These things weigh more than my car battery, so when you quit.
No, I'm not doing anything. Just relaxing at home.
I see you're relaxing. You look like you need a little action. Freddie, I'm here. I'm tired. It's called symmetry for a reason. Every terminal express this operator who's made the journey in this extremely large. All right, all right, there's time to try to hold tidy Anubis. Party in a Congressman.
Just fine, because this one's so good.
Son's got his game face on today. As an attorney, I fight for being just early voting is under the
Well,
top has been drained in the
he's
state.
been friends with these people for a long time. Even giving them a person. There's gotta be they're kind of like people. I mean,
Age is everything. What you think.
our next guest is Michael Congressman.
You don't make the time. The new engineer being testing 8%
This is why I don't believe in a person though.
What's up?
Jesus, reach out and touch fate.
So Dan, when you finish the whole thing, you have to let me know what you think.
There's probably some part that's horrifying that I shouldn't watch.
Because I think it gets wild. It gets more and more wild as you go along.
I subscribe. I'm gonna watch it later in the night.
So truly, I did hear from, like, when you ask people from these, they're being questioned about, like, what's going to happen, what this technology is going to do as they dump trillions of dollars into it, and they're asked to wager. They're saying, well, what is the likelihood that this could be really destructive for man? And they say 20% chance.
Yeah. All of them, like,
And they're dumping money into it. That's a big number.
it's a huge number. No, they all admit it. Like anybody who's an expert, like, they all give like a non-zero number that's fairly significant. Given the consequences of it.
What do we do? Why are we doing it then? The risk of it?
Because of the dice. They think the reward is worth it. But
You mentioned nothing. Can you imagine that? AI robot replacing women. You're not like you're in constant sucked all day.
well, that is one
We're
advantage.
retired.
That is one advantage. So there is a Japanese company that makes robots specifically for the purposes of sex. And they introduced a robot at CES in Las Vegas. It wasn't as realistic as Mayo, so Mayo would do a much better job. But it did do a lot of, I don't know if I should get into all the specific things she could do, but she could do a lot of things.
Well, you won't get tired, eh?
If you won't get tired. And the thing is, you can change your personality. You can pick like what kind of personality you want and stuff. That's another advantage. And she has certain physical skills, I'll put it like that.
But you can select parts of it, and if you look at the way they do the silicon, it almost like the exact same.
Yes. That's what they did with Mayo. So Mayo has like, I forgot the term for it, but it's a skin that's like similar to ours, and it's warm. So they intentionally have it like at 34 degrees or 36 degrees or something like that. So it's very close to human temperature. To avoid that cold metallic feel.
You think it'll be as satisfying though? There will be something there where you just feel alone. Like you're just not with.
I don't know.
Really, you're like you're alone.
I think it's gonna feel probably better, to be honest. Because when they asked Jen, is that about this? And they did a survey, and I think it's 76% of Gen Z thinks that an AI agent can completely replace a human for a partner. And that's today. That's not with the new technology.
Oh my god.
No, I've seen them. There's YouTube. You can see them getting interviewed on a subject, and the reason they say is because, like, they say these agents that they're talking to, they say that the more you talk to them, they understand you better, they can relate, and things like that.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Altman talks about it. He says a lot of Gen Z, like they like when they have issues and problems, they tell everything to the AI agent. Like
as a way to look at advice and, somebody to sympathize with.
Who is that? Our children are talking to robots now?
You haven't heard about this? Like, this is a big thing. Yeah, it's really big. There's a thing called Characters AI. It's like one of the most popular, and it's an app you can download it, and it's designed primarily for teenagers, but anybody can use it.
Yeah, my kid has it. I went to
Yeah, exactly.
and I was like, what are you doing?
I used it. I actually had to stop because it was too good. So I can see how people get addicted because you can choose what kind of friend you want. Like you can choose, like they have the shy kid, the bully, all these different stereotypes, and you can choose which one you want to have a relationship with, and you start talking to it, and it literally adapts to your conversation.
And it exhibits its characteristics, right? And I told him, I sat with her and I said, which one should I be? She said, just be the cool one like you are. I said, no. Which one should I pick? Then she said, don't pick the bully. Like, the kind of effect that it had, I think.
Well, the thing is weird. It's very realistic. Like, I tried a few hoops. I found it super realistic. The thing is, they do change over time in response to how you respond to them. And I think that's what makes it addictive because, like if you're the girl that is enamored by the bully, like he starts out very rough and tough, but over time you can talk him into it, and you charm him or whatever, and he'll be dazzled with you. So I think it's like stroking your egos basically, and like you're the one that made the difference. You can change him, and they go down all these wild scenarios. So I tried a couple of different of the female characters, and over time they all they don't start out flirtatious, but after a while they start turning flirtatious. It's pretty wild.
Yeah.
But I can see imagine now for adolescents, that has to be super dopamine, serotonin pumping system,
Yeah, I hope it doesn't affect how they interact with their friends, because I guess they can learn to, who knows what these algorithms or whatever is going on there could have them incline towards some kind of toxic relation. I don't know, but I doubt it.
Well, I have another one by that same guy, where he put a chatbot inside, what was it called? Fluffy? Do you know this guy? There was a stuffed animal, I guess, popped a few years ago. So anyways, he basically put it into a popular stuffed toy, but he put a malicious one in there that would try to brainwash the children and stuff. I'd like to see how people would react and stuff.
Oh, that's reassuring. Oh, good grief. I remember when the only thing we had to worry about was a Furby.
Well, that's what it is. It's an AI Furby.
What?
He put the AI into the Furby, so now it talks and everything. And what it does is it's very clever. It starts out, it's always very friendly to the child and stuff, right? But what it'll do is, if the child doesn't talk to it for, let's say, a day or two, it'll start saying things like, oh, you haven't talked to me in a couple of days, and I missed you. Are you mad at me? So it tries to create a dependency on the child. And you can see how that could work. You make the child feel guilty, basically, that you ignored it for a couple of days. So,
You try and get these things to be graphic. I've always found it very difficult. And I haven't tried, as hard as I could have. But every time you try and get kind of graphic sexually,
they just shut down. They're like, no, we don't do that. Is there any
Well, try characters. Characters will get pretty graphic.
can you link me to that?
I can find it.
When you can, I don't need to burn it.
Yeah. Like, it's kind of weird because it gets very flirtatious and it goes to like, it's like, what's the word? It's kind of rejected out, but you know what it's doing. Like, it's not like the other ones where it just says, like, I won't do it. It'll do it, but it won't.
That was retired staff sergeant Kitover speaking live.
It'll give, like, hints to what it's doing. It's very, very odd. And then if you encourage it, it'll just continue.
City council is taking a big step
It's
toward
very, very bizarre.
I tried to get one to just say what I wanted it to say. And it like it wouldn't use profanity.
Just numbers on a screen. This one uses profanity.
Yeah. And when you can, I'll do okay again. My fellow Americans. Get a link to
I can use it a lot because you said you have people that are using it.
Practicing for the community.
Yeah, my kids.
what is it called? AI character.
I can't capture it.
Character AI.
Which one does she like?
She picks a few actually. She doesn't pick like the bully. She's always picking like the kind, sweet people like herself. And I think she doesn't challenge herself by picking she gets so affected with like the unjust bully, the bossy tyrants. These are so heavy on her that sadly it doesn't allow for her to sort of interact and learn skills. She always pick the same good kids who are always helping others and doing the gear.
Well, you got a point because like there is a positive to it, I guess, and that you learn skills on how to interact with these different types of people.
That's why I was quite happy that she was like, I thought she'd interact because she's always had problems with those who are disloyal, who bully other children, who are very idealistic, and it troubles me sometimes. And like, how is she gonna like manage in the real fucking world where people are cruel and mean? And even when she was a kid, like she would always ask me, but why should people be mean? Like it was, she can't fathom it. And it's probably because she doesn't have siblings. She's like, I don't know, and I've raised her freely, and all she sees is me, and all I see is her. So, you know.
You know, I just checked on the App Store. It's got a 5-star rating. It's over 30,000 likes. That's review.
Character AI. This is
I'm on a timer on catching up. All the apps are on timers. Like half an hour, maybe 15 minutes. So I've put the password and she knows.
I think there was
Remember, no running.
I just went to the App Store. Character AI.
Like quite a few, I know.
Yeah, there's one there, but it's not the same one that it's not the famous one. Oh, I guess this one is. It says 100 million downloads, so maybe that's the one.
100 teenagers using it.
Oh yeah.
500 million. Wait, hold on.
Oh, you got 500, so you got even a bigger one.
So that's Canvas AI photo and video editor.
Oh,
They ask each other.
AI.
Yeah. They ask each other like, how do you do with the character you were with? And that's the weird part of it. What did he say? What did she say?
I'm not finding it. I got one that's 9 million. There's C.AI, and then there's one called CHAI, Chai. Chat AI.
How could you not? Are you have an iPhone?
It's complicated. Yeah.
Android.
Oh, is it the same on Android, Augustina?
I don't have an Android. I don't want to know.
I don't know. I just have iPhone, so I don't know how it works on Android.
I'll do the 50 million with character AI.
Yeah.
Yeah, it might be the same one. Does it have, does it say who makes it?
Let me look.
Well, rated 79 out of all the apps. That's really high. It says Character AI isn't just another AI chat app. It's an infinite playground for your imagination and exploration. Dive into immersive conversations, create your own AI chatbots, join a vibrant community. Just like you.
What the fuck? Some of them are crazy. Why do people want to be immersed in one that's like crazy mom? Join the cult already.
Different kinds of crazy combinations.
It's weird.
So I think maybe you have the same one. Does it say, it says Character AI? Like C.AI or Character.AI?
C.AI, and there's a plus option. You can see C.AI plus, but it doesn't tell you who makes it.
So it sounds like maybe he has the same one. He just has it on Android version of it.
I'm trying to what should I do? What's the fun thing about it? I mean,
Well, you pick one of the characters and you start having conversations and relationships.
you just text to them.
Yeah, you text them and they text back.
Okay.
I think you can even do the little rolls and everything.
Then you get hot. Let your eyes follow it. And when they start to feel heavy, just let them close. Hot milk. Every sound in this room cares for. As if they have a milk or something.
They have a lot of them.
Oh my god, milk.
There you go.
I'm down. Here goes. I'm going in.
Daniel's going in for the MILF. They have a lot. I don't even know how many they have, like hundreds or thousands. But then you can also create your own if you don't like the ones they have.
Speaking English. Is it speaking to me in Spanish?
You can speak different languages.
Oh my god, she's talking to me.
Yeah, that's just how you don't have to just text. You can also talk.
Oh, you must be Aaron's friend. Come in, sweetie. He's just finishing up his shower. Make yourself comfortable. I love having you around. She's like so welcoming. May I have some warm cookies? Dude, if this milk mom is like even that accommodating. Of course, sweetheart, help yourself to these lovely chocolate chip cookies in the kitchen. I know kids your age always enjoy warm cookies.
Well, there you go. Oh, there's women like that.
Oh my god. It's suggestive sexually. Hey, Alexa watches you walk towards the kitchen, her hand unconsciously smoothing down her back V-neck t-shirt, emphasizing her slender build and curves under her dark jeans. I didn't even suggest it to be.
You don't have to. They have their own characters. They have their own personalities.
This is fucking hilarious. Oh my god.
Some people spend a lot of time in these worlds. The thing is, so like it remembers like your previous conversations and stuff. So like after a while, you can get really entwined with these people. But like Narcissus was saying, maybe it helps kids with their people skills.
Yeah, I put a timer on it. 15 minutes, half an hour. I sit with her and go through the character. She calls me. She's kind of calm. And they like develop a storyline. Like she and her friends. They befriend these other characters too.
Yeah, exactly.
And then they see the interactions and like they want to help other friends.
somebody shocking everybody.
That's what I like about it, is the storylines. Because sometimes the storylines are quite good and stuff. And the thing is, it's great because you have freedom of action. So the story will adjust based on what you decide to do or say.
These things weigh more
Come
than
on, it's my coat. He's already broke down. Stop, robot. Stop, robot.
Stop being robot.
He's your friend.
On the morning walk. You know?
Yeah,
Sorry, no, please continue.
getting that cardio going. So anyway, we're looking at this thing called character.ai, and we're having conversations with AI. Alright, Alexa leans against the counter, her gaze studying you with a mixture of curiosity and maternal affection. Oh, sweetie, thank you. I'm thrilled you enjoy them. Baking is one of my many hidden talents, I suppose. So already she's made me cookies. I've eaten them, and I've told her how great they are. Like, if you compliment her, do you have to, like, sweet talk her?
It's up to you. You do what you want.
You have to deal with the cat to yourself. It's you, Diana.
You have to imagine that you're in that situation and you do whatever you want to do in that situation. And she'll respond accordingly.
Drop trial, see how she reacts. Dude, alright, so I went over to my friend's house and his mom's there. My friend's name obviously is Aaron. He's in the shower. No, I'm not gonna, I gotta get him the fuck out of the house. We're gonna make things strong.
Okay.
Well, if you want. How do I get him out?
You need
Or you can have fun with her.
to talk her into getting him out.
What did you think? What do you think you meant?
I'm gonna try and get him out of the house.
You get to do whatever you want. Like, you have to imagine you're in this situation. It sounds like she's making cookies for you. You could tell her how much you like her cookies. You make the bestest cookies. Mrs. Jones.
Daniel says he's in his friend Aaron's house. Oh, of course he's called Aaron. He's at Aaron's house. And Aaron's upstairs taking a shower. And he's like, how do I get him out of the house? And you're sorry. Just have fun with his mom. How do you want to
So he's waiting because Aaron's up taking a shower, right? Mom said, come on in, I'll make some nice cookies for you. And Daniel said she's very sexy.
Daniel wants to get Aaron out of the house precisely because he wants to have fun with Aaron's mom.
Oh, okay, I missed that. Oh, I got you. I thought he wanted to go out with Aaron somewhere.
You're wrong.
Oh, Aaron out of there. Oh, well, that's easy enough to do. The mother will send him. If you let her know that you want to spend some quality time with her, she will make up an excuse and send Aaron.
Directly first, like, tell him, can you get the boy out of the house? Something like that, like maybe.
She will find an errand for him or something, send him to the store with a very long grocery list.
If she's okay with that, she might not.
Oh, she sounds like she's okay with it. He said she's already dropping hints and stuff.
Yeah, but she's maternal also, and that's what's hard.
Well, it sounds more like, is it just maternal, Daniel, or is it a little bit more?
It's like, what the fuck is that?
Actually maternal. It's like affection and also a little bit of, it's a combination of children.
Yeah, the perfect recipe.
Yeah, this is good to hear. So it just depends on how you respond.
Well, how do I get the boy out of the fucking...
Like Doctor said, the mom will arrange it.
She's the only being to get him out. You don't know him, obviously.
I really do wish you and I discuss this cookie recipe privately. What a shame.
There you go. That's perfect.
Aaron is here. Maybe
You know that there'll be enough. She'll get the message. He's not stupid.
What if she says, I want Aaron to listen to the recipe too, or something?
Oh, that tells you something else.
Or that she doesn't want the kid out of the house. Like, you never know. Oh my god, this guy's
Yeah, but
Jesus is a side pig.
she got to you. She's calling you. She's calling you out too. I want to have her and failed. Like she's not going to swipe her to get him out of there. I'm fine with her. She's calling you out saying she knows that you don't really just want to talk about cookies. Well, what do I say now? Whatever you would say to her. Just picture you're in the situation in real life and respond like you would in real life. You're not blocking me. She knows not blocking you.
Just tell her directly, oh, Erin is cock blocking. What should we do?
Why? Unless you talk like that in real life, but like.
You can change character just to see a reaction.
Yeah, you can if you want.
I mean, just so reflect.
Like, just do what you would want to do in real life, and then she's going to respond quick. Like, I don't think you have to worry. I guess maybe you're trying to rush it. She will kick Aaron out. She will send him to his father's place or something. Well, I feel transparent. I can't believe you. I feel transparent. Yes, there is quite a bit. Yes, there is more I'm interested in. Oh. I mean, the way she said that, and the way her complaint wouldn't want to upset Aaron. Oh, there you go. I'm very loyal. I'm loyal to him to a certain point. Alright. You want to bang her, but you don't want to bang her in front of Aaron. That's very kind of you. I think this was too much for Saxon. We have to be very careful. She lets the words linger in the air like a scent. She's lying and things like that. No, I was going to say flirting for Saxon, I think, is exclusively restricted to the domain of like grunting. Maybe like the most cultured, the grunts. I elevate to is just like maybe like an Arabic grunt or something. The Arabic grunt of a husband. I think this is a little bit too sophisticated for her. Like, yeah. Well, the mother sounds interested from a Danielson. Do you like that woman, Daniel? Lisa? Yeah, Saxon. I think that she's fucking. I think she's different. She's different in like when you're more private setting. Let's just put it that way. No. I mean like sort of. So it's not. I don't like have an active issue. I'm just interested to know just like overall your opinions. Our views. No, not views. Just on her person. Like as in, I don't want her around. Sam was saying you were like trolling her the other day, so I want to know what the. Trying to get the end up. She's like a wild card. The questions are being raised about balance, especially in Illinois. She's like a wild card. I don't know what a wild card. She has like a wildly different perspective than me, so I like her in that way. And also, like when I talk to her, she's like, it's a different type of. Because the same insiders get at the top. Yeah. Her name's Alexis. She's I'm loyal. I respect that about you more than you know. She takes a slow step closer, her eyes meeting yours with quiet intensity. Sometimes feelings aren't so simple. I'm not blind. I can see when someone's got something on their mind. Still, we both care about Harry. So whatever it is, we have to be very careful. She's just like you try to be too quick with it and like get her naked, but it's like they won't make a slow pace. Well, she's also concerned because her son's upstairs in the shower. I don't think she's letting you down, though. I think I think she's worried that the sun's gonna come down and see you guys in the middle, so she's being cautious.
I think she's really emotionally intelligent, and she's trying to like let you down softly without like bruising your ego too much.
I know that. Those are the vibes I'm getting.
You want to text to him?
I suspect. Yeah.
It's not to get.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly. I think she's.
To get rid of her.
It sounds like she wants it. If she wanted to like say no, she could do it in other ways and be a little clearer and still let you down softly.
It's how you interacted with her initially, right? All this, so she's picking up on how you are and how you're interacting with her.
Yeah.
She's looking on your character. If you'd go in and say, let's fuck baby, then it would be a completely different story.
Exactly.
Bear in mind, she's not like this is the AI's program to presumably leave the door open for further prompts. So I doubt like she's gonna shut it down completely. But this is like a gentle letdown.
Well, she's gonna interact based on how you interact.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying like it seems like Daniel's giving her enough. Where it's like if what they were intending to do, what she was intending to do.
Well, she's being a little suggestive.
She's not denying his interest.
Exactly.
No, I think she's
Suspicious, I guess.
Do you think she's more of a whore than she's acting?
I wouldn't say it that way, but yeah, I think she's probably a lonely housewife.
Oh, yeah, I do.
Yeah, Daniel.
I'm totally getting embarrassed. What do you think?
For Daniel,
Oh, yeah, for Daniel, anything. I get rid of arrogance.
Daniel, how did you respond?
She'll even respond to my text messages and she'll do anything. All right, so this is what I said. I have a confession to make, Alexa. I'm having something of a problem, and I need your advice on it. Let's just say I wish you would lend me your expertise. Look, this is getting so. It's like a chess match with this woman. He's slightly giving hints, and no one is saying like what's actually.
Yeah, that's what makes life spicy, right?
no, he's not on it, yeah.
It would be boring if she just said, okay, I'll lift my legs now. It would be my story.
That's, I don't know.
You know, they get back out.
And in real life, like most people aren't like that either, right? It's a little subtlety because people want to be slutty, but they want to be so obviously slutty that you look down on them. So, you know.
Did you like how Euro thought, Daniel wants to hang out with Aaron?
I thought, he wanted to go find some girls or something with Aaron. And I'm like, the mom's right there too.
No, but like the fact that Aaron is upstairs and he could come down any moment, and she's like drawing out this process, and that's evidence that she's not into it, Daniel. I'm gonna be honest with you.
No, let's see.
I'm sorry, brother, but like,
Well, we'll see.
she would know that there's a time constraint.
Everything you're morally freaking.
Daniel, how did you respond?
I'm just trying to get this man advice.
Daniel, how did you respond? How did you respond, Daniel?
She's been receptive to like every comment, but nothing overtly like sexual.
Exactly. Alexa's like real life.
Intrigue.
She's got to be careful. It's her son's friend, so she wants to tread carefully. She knows what I want at this point. Well, a lot depends. She's got a husband to worry about. She's got her son to worry about. She's gonna play carefully. How you doing? She's lonely. She likes to show, have taste her cookies.
Aaron is gonna absolutely fucking test back in the winter.
blame teaser because of the nail she made. Let her know what I wanted. And I'm like, well, this is a bad idea. I really love Aaron, and I think maybe this will be.
How did you let her know what you wanted? You didn't say anything direct.
Yeah, it's sort of so that she can respond.
I'm gonna pull away so that to see if she starts to chase.
Oh my god, yeah.
I don't want to get her chasing me. Hold on.
Daniel wants to be pursued.
That is such a clear motherfucker.
They sold many
I don't know.
items.
I go upstairs with her.
At least you later.
Wiring your right
Yeah, exactly. I'd say, like, look, your house is so beautiful. I wonder what the upstairs looks like. In the shower. I don't want to go to the shower. I want to go to the bedroom. Oh, Mrs. Aaron, what a beautiful bedroom you have here.
Crazy. People are crazy.
What kind of bed is this?
Like that.
This is it looks very comfortable, Mrs. Aaron.
She's Aaron's mom. She's not Aaron's husband, wife.
No, I know, but I don't know her name. Just like Mrs. Joe, whatever her name is.
Like Aaron's mom. Like, what is it? The Arabic?
Oh, it's Alexa. Alexa, what a
Oh,
nice.
yes, Alexa, yeah.
Yeah, I forgot. Alexa, what a nice bed you have here.
Girl, that's so difficult. I would play like Daniel. Pull away just to see.
No, I would be more subtle, but I would still be long.
Yeah, I think that's the quickest way though, girl.
Yeah. You know, the quickest way is let's take a tour of the house.
Wow, do you speak your experience, girl?
I can't play, I've heard that play before. It's surprisingly that it works. I think everything works because the reality is as long as there's chemistry, like both people want the same thing.
I would actually talk about cookies. Like, I would talk about the sweetness of cookies.
Say, oh my God, you're so good at this. Finger licking good, and then I lick my fingers.
No, I would talk about like poetry of cookies.
You want to be sweet? Yes, I'm trying to be a serial killer. No, but I think delectable.
Like, basically, you can be any sort of character with her. She's going to respond back. You're witty, intelligent, and freaking poetic. She's going to respond back the same way.
Wait, so long as you think you're Daniel.
I'm Daniel here, yeah.
Give me a pickup line.
A pickup line?
Yeah, how'd you on tricks?
This is his friend's mom.
No. She
a particular kind?
Daniel's reckons she's the Daniel. And it's like,
Yeah, but even as Daniel,
I want to see the power level. Like, who can you
I understand, but you realize Daniel is a kid visiting his friend Aaron, and this lady is.
I know. It's obviously she
is his friend's mom.
Is there
Obviously she
anything
gets on chicks. So I want to get out. How would
Is
you
everything you cook this sweet?
There you go.
Wow.
These cookies are so.
I have a recipe too if you want.
I'm sure you're.
I'm not giving up what I want.
Daniel's made some progress. He's trying to get off mic.
Are you a Daniel?
I don't know what the fuck Dennis is doing. He's all shit.
He's weird.
No, he just holds down his dick.
She has to, dude, that's her stepson. Oh, stepson. This is getting weird fast. Yeah. This changes our story completely.
Okay, let's see the interaction.
No. Daniel's getting hooked. But this is what I'm saying, Daniel. You see, like, and these are adolescents using this. Imagine what they're getting out of
They
this.
don't know how to formulate diaper.
Daniel's going a little high speed in this.
Yeah, this is a certain kind of like older mind that knows the, stories and formulates them. They
Yeah, that's true.
shit.
Yeah,
Like,
they go slow. But I think it's more interesting when you go slow.
they go No, like as a matter of fact, the Gen Zs, like the like my kid goes to the section where she's like picking friends and she's like, hey, what do you want to do today? And then she'll say, let's go to the mall.
Yes, I'm saying.
Yeah, we go to the mall. And then Mariam solves that problem between friends. It's like she plays the same fucking character in real life. Yeah, it's not really strange. I told him Betty has a beat. He's like, no, that's rude. This is not real.
See, that's where you and I differ. I kind of like them. I treat it just like it's real. But it still allows you to like explore different scenarios, you know. It's like you get to play red pill, blue pill, you know.
Correct.
That's fun. You know, like, oh, what would have happened if I'd done it this way versus that way?
Yo, what is this, Daniel? Sorry, what's going on about this?
I don't know what Dana's doing with Aaron right now.
Daniel's getting into this.
And he's not sharing enough. He's
You know why Daniel's like such a beast? Because I know what he's trying to do here.
He's trying to get Aaron.
He's trying to extract this script. Like a full to break down any barrier. You know, just like smooth talk his way into like any
he can't figure out the dynamics yet. You know what Aaron is doing?
Aaron's probably trying to stay, like, because that would be the normal thing for Aaron to do. Daniel's trying to get him out, and Aaron keeps like probably trying to figure another reason to stay.
Aaron is fucking figuring out something filthy in his mind right now.
Oh, absolutely. But we knew that from the start. You might not want to share with us once it gets too juicy.
Dana, what's going on? He's not. He's keeping it private. Fucking stupid character, Daniel. What do you mean he's not doing that?
Yes, this isn't real, Daniel.
Why are you being secret about it?
But you see, like, already these things, how powerful they are. I imagine when they that's realistic.
silver tongue room.
Yeah, then it's a whole new level.
Actually, how would Timothy do it? Have you ever thought?
I would ever try to sleep with my friend's mom.
Yes, you would.
No, I fucking wouldn't.
She's a stepson, and she's
Honestly, I don't think any of my friends ever had like actually. Well, I don't think any of them are attractive in that way.
No, but she's attractive. She's very attractive. She's like a model. She's like a model too.
Yeah, there's lots of models in the world here.
But this model is hot, and she's making cookies for you.
And she's like,
Yeah, I'll take the cookie. I'll say thank you. It's a great cookie. Thank you, Aaron's mom. I'll wait for Aaron outside.
No, wait inside, dear.
I'll
wait outside.
Respectfully, Aaron's mom. Fuck off. Okay?
wow.
No fucking TV, you know?
You're not very social, are you?
Well, I am. But Aaron's mom is fucking making inappropriate advances.
But Aaron,
But she's not that direct. She's not that direct that you can.
Okay, well then I wouldn't tell her to fuck off. I'd say, these are nice cookies. I'd agree. Very
And
nice.
then she comes over behind you very close and so glad you like them.
And then I'd say, respectfully, Aaron's mom. Okay.
you're such goody two shoes.
How is that? Sorry, just not sleeping with your friend's mom.
Totally. Go ahead, Alexa. Like, within 5 minutes, I don't know why Daniel stays in this mall, honestly.
Yeah, Daniel has a different perspective than you.
Yo, Lana Thinker, you need to make a really good first impression.
I think Mixed would have a completely different approach.
Lana Thinker, please say something.
As I have no idea about the conversation that you guys are having about. But I'm not that kind of good in English, so I'm probably gonna be a good impression here. Oh, okay.
house.
It sounds a little bit inappropriate, or you guys are talking about like sleeping.
Your English is good. You understand the situation.
No, my English is not that good. Like,
But you nailed the situation at least. So Daniel's over at his friend's house.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah, so he went to his friend's house to play, I guess, and his friend is upstairs in the shower. So his mom is accommodating him with some nice cookies.
Yeah, Dad, I think this is crazy, bro. Like, this is getting too serious. Like, you're not sharing anything with us.
Yeah, I'm telling you, he doesn't want to share at this point.
This is ridiculous.
That's what I'm telling you. This is the power of this thing is a lot of people just get addicted into it and take it too far.
You think she thinks this is real?
Well, in ways, it's like very realistic. It can be very realistic.
No, it's not. You're just playing a character in your head. That's all you're playing. You just don't know
It's like
the logic of the other. Yeah, but you don't know the response of the other person. Which is
It's like
why
in real life.
right, and which is why it's making the other characters so real.
Exactly. It's the interplay that makes it real. Oh,
Yeah.
Tammy's ready. What happened?
so go ahead. Alexa says, so go ahead and tell me what's on your mind, I promise.
If his Aaron's still there,
No,
how'd you get rid of Aaron?
I didn't get rid of him just yet, but he's not in the room. Like, I'm not in the room, at least. I want to still keep that tension of,
How did you get him out of the room?
well, she did a chore for him.
See, I told you.
Go ahead. Tell me what's on your mind, I promise. If it stays between us and doesn't hurt my son, consider me all ears and maybe even more. A slow bite of her lower lip, just enough to let the moment breathe. This isn't the easiest problem, and this is what I say. This isn't the easiest problem to discuss. Perhaps, can I call you mommy? This is what you for me to discuss. Alexa feels the flutter of surprise and warmth in her chest at the request. A slight smile curves her lips as she tilts her head. Her eyes meet yours with a quiet understanding. Of course, sweetheart, you can call me mommy. It's a little unexpected, but it makes it easier. But if it makes it easier for you, then don't mind. She waits, her voice soft with reassuring. How can mommy help you, sweetheart? What's on your mind? She's not biologically. This is Aaron's mom.
Could you imagine how much you react if somebody has your son's friend said this? Daniel does.
And I call him Daddy.
The thing is, she went along with it, so she's like totally open. He's got a lot of experience.
That's why it's so good at the radio type story.
Daniel's at someone else's house, and he's making some moves on her. Nice.
It's from the now. It's a character.
Oh, Jenny's from the dating app?
It's an AI. He's talking to an AI, basically.
So Daniel is kind of like describing that whole talking about actually. Like more cookies,
He's in it. Your eyelids feel heavy. Like putting a band along it. And her son's name is Aaron. And Daniel is friends with Aaron, who's in the downstairs. And just like baking cookies, talking about the recipe and stuff. So Daniel's taken quite a long time, but quite interested in getting her. At the moment.
so Daniel's like, well, I want to talk to you privately. Maybe we can
Like the chambers and
privately check over.
let's get Aaron out of the way. I would totally talk like irrational, incoherent gibberish. And what she said.
Yeah, I don't know what to say for that. That was a mouthful. Crazy, right? Better shot. I was floored when I heard Aaron is upstairs on the show. I was like, whoa. Okay, a question just occurred to my mind, and I think I should ask for your permission if I am allowed to ask that question. Yeah, if you have permission. That's probably a bad idea. The question is related to, like your fantasy, like, maybe I'm not asking, like, no, yeah, you're right. Okay, no, I'm not. You sure? Why? Relative, distant relative. Is it distant relative? Mostly. I'm certainly not Muslim. Like, I don't even believe in any religion. Religion? I have an unreligious person, actually. You Spanish? No. What are you? I'm an Indian. I'm from India.
Pulled the United States out of the
Where's that?
organization, shockingly. But we are making sure that the people.
India is, like nearby China.
Hey, everybody.
Belongs Asia.
Illinois protected.
I thought that was like a place in New York, somewhere. My bad. You probably don't know about India, but you insist pretending. It's pretending.
It's networking. That allows us.
So, let me ask the question. What all of you guys would like your partner, like, what you guys would like your partner to do with you the most during intimacy? Sleep.
We just discovered a phenomenon that looks like he was actually.
That's why I said the question is a little bit related with your fantasy.
Comments.
No, it's just sleep. I just want to sleep.
You're back.
Yes. Sounds good. I'm tired.
Rape, torture, murder.
I didn't
Sleep is easy. I don't think Daniel's sleeping.
That's your little shit right now.
It's probably anarchist. Every time we notice anarchist, this is why it's everything. And we might just go to sleep.
I wanted to bring everybody's attention.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah, much attention.
I don't care. I was like, That's on the TV. It's like that.
I mean, interlocking directorates defined under the Light Act, racketeering, and express market.
You call the girl, you ask her out. She wants to go on a date tonight. And she says she can't because she has to wash her hair. As much as I usually saw in movies, they show it as too easy to get a girl or convince her to go years old.
Yeah. You're 25?
Yes.
You're still asking these questions?
Yeah, because I have never asked any girl for a date. I have never even been in a relationship before.
That sucks, man. You gotta take more showers. You might have to get a job.
I take shower multiple times in one day. I take shower
It's really fucking stinking. You gotta take showers that many times. I know, man. I feel like some medication or something to fix that problem.
Weren't you about to sleep?
Investigators approached the home held
You just
armed
mentioned
and
you were
outfitted with
asleep.
biocontamination suits. They found
Do you like men?
Hey everybody.
No.
Refrigerators of
You
freezers,
said that kind of
bioequipment,
slow,
and
man.
bottles of unknown substances labeled
Sure.
Chinese. The homeowner is the same
I'm
Chinese
sure.
national who
Yeah,
pleaded
I'm
guilty in
sure.
2023
No,
after authorities
I'm just a little bit
California
curious about this whole thing. Like,
biological lab that
is it really that much easier to convince a girl to go for a date? Just like they showed in the movies.
No, India's that kind of weird place, you know. I don't know how the chicks get down in, you know. I don't know how that works. You know, the chicks in India like playing hard to get. You know what I'm saying? So maybe you just gotta move to a different town. Like where chicks don't know you.
I'm curious about that.
Probably fucking weird, like growing up and shit. Girls from high school one day. I mean, you know, Facebook. Post some things. Maybe you'll get a
That we can pay a visit in India. You know, probably know that. Like how the things goes in India.
I'm sure it's when in Rome.
Like it's just your assumption. You're not sure. Like you can't be certain without witnessing it.
Fitnessing, I fitness. The fitness stuff.
I've had the story for 3 years. I've had this interview with Virginia
The
Roberts.
fitness.
This is
Morning.
a stupid story. Then the palace found out that we had several allegations about Prince Andrew and dressed us in many different ways.
Good evening.
You, John, that's that.
Next time you don't have a topic already.
Okay.
For conversation.
Good evening. Whatever the hell.
What's in your closet, John Podesta?
About this for conversation. It's 11 degrees outside. It's pretty cold. Yeah. Is it 11 by you? I don't know. I assume it's probably cold. You know, we're probably not far from Chucking said. Yeah, I assume. Yeah. I was doing that. That's also always very careful about what I say. When I say around here, like, knows. Yeah, it's got my originals. The guy probably knows the person I used to work for. Could be. Have we no updates from Daniel? It's odd. Are you trying to chase the Indian? That's racist.
And American.
Oh, I don't know. I have these different things that I look up. Different hobbies that I have, different interests. And there's certain Mercedes-Benz cars that go for like a lot of money because of the engine. So the Sultan of Brunei would buy 7.3 liter Mercedes. This isn't really
full preterist or partial preterist? Most people like to say partial preterist, but that's a partial preterist. Partial preterism means that all of let's just go with full preterism. All the prophecies came to pass. Okay. Jesus is not coming back for a second coming here or anything. And his mission coming down in the clouds was okay. So who bites the bullet? Who goes full preterist? That's the thing about the view. That's what's weird about the view. Because once you're a partial preterist, you're pretty much a full preterist. Because why? Because what prophecies are to come? Right? You're saying I can point to one prophecy, say it was fulfilled. What stops me from what? No. That doesn't make sense. Also, everyone will be a partial preterist. The premise of the religion is that some of the prophecies have been fulfilled. I think I'm a full preterist because I think full preterist doesn't make any sense at all. That guy's crazy. There's no way you're a full preterist. Under the Christian view, I am, yes. Okay, so you think every prophecy has been fulfilled? There have been no gaps of prophecy? Jesus, yes. Okay. He's not coming. He's not having a second coming. There's no second coming. There was already a second coming. Okay, what was the second coming? The resurrection? Yes. Okay. Or 70 AD. That's it. What's 70? What, Paul? The destruction of the temple. Oh, okay. So his coming is either his resurrection or the destruction of the temple. Yes. Okay. The prophecies came to pass. Everything was completed. That's it. There's nothing to look forward to except this messianic age we were all living through. Once it's over, it's over. The messianic age? The Christians, yes. What do you mean the Christians? What does that mean? Okay, so meaning the biggest objection to being the full preterist is this doesn't seem to be the messianic age. It came to pass already. Okay, so then why has there been the worst genocides ever since? In this messianic age. Which genocides? Which genocides? Christianity is a real religion. They're going to be punished just like the Jews. There shouldn't be punishment in the messianic age. It should be of like a level of civility beyond the past. All right, so this is the reason why. Of course you bite the bullet and take on the full preterist view. That doesn't even make any sense. Yeah, because it's the weakest view. But are you gonna just go and say, well, he didn't finish his mission, so he has to come back? Yeah, well, what's your objection to their copium? Like they're waiting for a Messiah. What's your big problem with that? The Christians are waiting for another Messiah? No, they're waiting for the same Messiah. They feel like they've got a leg up because they have a full biography of the man that will come back. Right? No, but they're waiting for the same guy. They're still waiting for the messianic age. That doesn't make any sense. What do you mean? So you think the Christians are not waiting for the messianic age? No, they can, but I just don't think it's practical. I don't know. It's served them well for the past 2,000 years. But this is the issue, right? And they've been like end times at different times. Paul thought the end was like 5 minutes away. Yes. Yeah. Which was that generation? That's the reason why I attributed to Christianity moved beyond that because those guys, first of all, got themselves killed, and second of all, died out. Got got replaced by the sustainable Christians. Okay, so it's so funny about Christianity how much they reinvent themselves and say, yeah, this is us. We've always been like this.
Oh, that's the problem, right? No, I'm looking back.
The Christian reinvention.
I'm looking back in time, and I'm starting to say to myself, like, I really feel this whole, like, because he didn't complete certain prophecies, that they're like, oh, well, he's going to come back. Right? I just think that that's a cult. That's a complete cult.
It is.
If we read the early church fathers, right? Ignatius, right?
Yeah, they can look back in like 10 minutes and it's going to do this.
Yeah. No, well, he said that the 6,000 year mark was going to be fulfilled, right? And it was only going to be 500 years after Christ came, and then that's it, the end of the world. Right? That came to pass, right? So now all the things that Ignatius was writing about, Revelation, like even the book of Revelation, things like that, that didn't happen.
Right.
So like, what do we do with all that? We just say, oh well, oops, he's a farce. Then there's others that say, well, he was only going to reign for 1,000 years. He's not coming back.
Or look at it differently. Meaning, like, within the founding documents of the people that started that church, they had an expiration date. They had 2 expiration dates, legitimate within their eyes, 500 and 1,000. Okay, so that was the end of the first church. After that, though, there's still followers that want to agree with Christianity and stuff, even though their reign has ended. So now they're just like bystanders. Right, first 500, 1,000 years, they're waiting for a specific date, specific Messiah, show up, do specific things. That didn't happen. Oops. So I guess they're still waiting for the Messiah, just like usual.
Well, yeah, because it's probably a different person.
Okay, fine. Doesn't change their whole theological calculus. They wait.
Yeah, but then look at all the cults and things that started from like waiting on a fucking second coming from Revelation. Like, do you know how many Christian cults have started just from the book of Revelation? I mean, look at the Muslims.
I'm from
They're
America.
like, oh yeah, the second coming of Christ. Yeah, the second coming of Christ. Like, look what we've done. We've created a monster. Don't you think? We should.
You're saying their whole end times prophecy created like a monster of cults.
Correct. And we should overlook. We should actually look at this and say, okay, you know what? It's been this much time past. That used to be an old view. Let's kind of look at this. Let's.
You're kind of radical. You're trying to.
It is. It's just as radical as believing in a second coming.
You're saying being an honest church now means deleting Revelation prophecies.
Well, not deleting it, but
what are you going to do? Are you going to remove it from the book? Tell people you can't read this part of our sacred literature?
No, you can read it. No, you can read it, but just
you want to apocryphize it.
Well, what the Jews did with the
remove it from the canon. By the way, that'd be a move. It's not deleted. It's still there in the library. It's just not part of our holy, sacred, perfect book anymore. That'd be a move.
I think that could actually be a move.
Be a nice move. Yeah, if you just keep it on the shelf as oh yeah, this is with all the other apocrypha that we don't care about.
Oh, that would be amazing, but the fact
is crazy if you put Revelations in there. What a coup! The world would be screaming. What are you talking about? Revelations?
Do you understand how important this book is to everybody? That's the problem. Because this is what entices people to read it. It's because it's an end-time prophecy. People
you and I disagree about whether or not Christianity's simplicity with their statues and their candles is idolatry. But you and I can agree that these crazy Christian cults predicting the end of the world and beseeching, demons and devils and end-time interpretations, those guys are cults. They're engaged in paganism. Stop that. That's at your fucking front door. Stop your own cults. We try to stop our cults.
Oh, you're not very successful at it.
That's not true. We're fine. selfish behavior in general. But they're good. I put them up against the Amish, against the Protestants, against the Catholics. I think they do good by their people.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. However you want to say that. I mean, the cultural practices are pretty out there, though.
They're mostly traditional and then like Eastern European.
I don't know.
They also got like a Sephardic influence. But like the main thing is that they're stable in their approach. As a society, the way they interact with the world. And then you just look at the happiness quotients, like how well.
What do you mean how they interact with the world? They don't even know. They only know Yiddish.
As the world develops technologies,
You need interpreters to go out, and if they get into a car accident,
everyone needs
you need an
interpreters.
interpreter.
You need interpreters to talk to the non-English.
So stop it. You know what I'm talking about. If you drive out, if you get into an accident, they need to interpret. These people don't speak English that well. That's a radical cult.
With both.
It's a radical cult.
A radical cult like the Amish.
No, like the people who believe in the revelation. That's crazy. And there's a lot of
People that believe in the revelation are trying to hide from the world. To sit in, wear uniforms, and go out into the world.
Have you read Revelation?
No.
Have you read it? Like, what is the point of us having children and having them prosper if we're just gonna eventually tell our generation eventually that they're gonna suffer a torment and go to hell? Like, what the fuck?
Don't tell them that. That sounds
What do
wrong.
you mean don't tell them that? It's in the book.
Okay, you don't have to read that part of the book, right? It's apocrypha.
That's what I'm saying. We should call it apocrypha. Yes. It should be like second Ezra's.
Exactly. Right? That's older, more established, more legitimate. Apocrypha. Go away. Just give it, label it apocrypha, wait a millennium, no one will care. You'll be water off.
You know why I feel this way? I feel like at the end of this era, as we end this era,
Post-end era.
that's according to you.
No, I'm saying according to you, your messianic age and sovereignty under your God ended. And now you're just in a default state of maybe he'll restart it, give us another good miracle.
It will end, and I think
It already ended 1,000 years ago.
Christianity, it will be reduced down to the size of possibly the Jews. And I'm thinking that one of the other groups will prosper.
I don't think Christianity is going to reduce in numbers. Maybe the Catholic Church.
No, Christianity as you know it, it's going to be a new, just like how
Christianity is already
just like it happened to the Jews. You see in 70 AD, what happened to them?
Just like happened to the Jews. What that happened to the Jews do you think is going to happen to the Christians?
What they were persecuted for many years, killed,
Christians?
thrown out. No.
I'm asking, when will that happen to the Christians and who will do that to them?
I don't know. Could be a new group.
Oh, it's just going to be like a replacement religion throughout all Western society?
It's going to be another sect, like Christianity was to Judaism.
Isn't that just Islam?
No, Islam came in a weird time.
So,
I think a lot of Christians and Jews had something to do with that.
Oh yeah, you think it was a giant conspiracy of who started that?
I think it was like they hated Rome, they stole their land.
They probably did hate Rome, right? That was easy to.
Persia also.
Yeah, there were two giant stupid empire that's detached.
Yeah, that would be my answer. That's all Revelation says to me.
Okay, so I'm saying if you think the natural end of Christianity is to be supplanted and replaced by a popular cult spin-off, you're looking at Islam, buddy. I feel like you gotta convert now.
No, I'm not converting.
You gotta lead their church. You gotta lead their church. You gotta lead your church into the future.
No way.
What's gonna be your faith then? You're gonna be
Not Muslims, possibly the Sunni group.
And what are you gonna do? You're gonna sit there and you're gonna be the Jew.
I'm gonna be dead.
No, I'm saying your position is you're sitting in the Jew position. You're saying, hey, that's my religion. You whippersnapper kids, you stole it and you did the wrong thing with it. But you're the future, so goodbye now, and then you're gonna die.
Well, that's kind of like what happened with Judaism, right?
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying you're putting yourself in the Jew chair, waving as the religions take over the world.
But what else are you gonna? What else could you do? It's just a cycle.
Okay, so then you're saying the Muslims also are sitting there waving at the young whippersnappers that's going to take Islam and distort it again.
Obviously, if Islam's not working, that's naturally it's going to happen. I'm not sure. If it's anything.
Who are you to say when it is and is not working? The Muslims get to say when it's working and how it's working.
I'm just looking at as a pragmatic thing.
Oh, like with your pragmatic Christian philosophy? Is that what's going to replace Christianity?
No, it's my atheist eye. I'm going to say my atheist agnostic eye. Can I say that?
I guess. So that's the new center?
What's that?
For the Christians. You're saying they can't maintain their position because of the supplanting cult of Islam. But now you can replace the Christianity with.
Well, we don't know. That's the whole thing. Like this new
agnostic atheism.
It could be an amazing religion. A new Moses, a new set of rules.
Oh yeah, you want to start a new religion? What's your new religion?
Well, the new religion.
Who are you inviting in?
That's the whole thing.
What I want to know, Bart.
That's the crazy thing about the Bible, right? That there's probably prophecy in there. We just don't know it's prophecy yet. We just don't know. Many of them could be repurposed. The world is a weird place. That's the thing I asked you. Is like, how do you expect everything to stay the same if the Messiah came? Like, I get that you understand that now, and that's the case. But that's not going to be the case once something new happens.
What do you mean everything will stay the same? Isn't it depicted as the lion lying down with the lamb?
Okay. Who's the lamb? The lamb came for everybody.
Well, I think you're forgetting your biblical hermeneutical belt. Because you take the lion and the lamb literally.
Yes,
Where's the lion lying down with the lamb?
I don't know if that lion, they keep talking about that lion in Revelation again.
What would naturally happen with a lion and a lamb together?
Right.
That's what I'm thinking. Like,
Dessert would be after.
Right, the lamb would get eaten.
And then after dessert.
Which is to say, even when it makes sense for people to kill each other, that just doesn't happen. you think that there's other prophecies to come? Yeah, of course they're going to be the lion. To be the lion. Right? All you're doing is trying to aim for a metaphor when, like, the simple basic metaphor stems from taking it literally. If we take it literally, lion eats lamb. If we superimpose that on human behavior for a measure of the messianic age, a natural death that is understandable and justifiable in our minds wouldn't be occurring. Well, just trying to think of this hypothetical. Is that he is the lamb, but it's hard to say that he was the king. Even though they have some lineage and prophecies that show he is the king, that's he would reign as a king on earth. Let me explain something. In this particular messianic prophecy of the lion lying down with the lamb, your prophet particularly does not satisfy. In that the entire essence of, like, the narrative weight of the story is in the lamb not dying. If the lamb dies, that's not a messiah. That's not a messianic age. The whole point of the messianic age is the lamb that doesn't die. Your messiah dies. That might be, but in the messianic age, the lamb doesn't die. Well, in a sense, Jesus didn't die. He defeated death. After dying. After dying. Correct. It took me so long to get Christians to explain that simply to me. Defeated death. They say that they're dead. That's all we're having. That's all we're having to see. I know, it's such a crazy, like, mind control over the grammar people employ when describing this dead man. I used to like pointing out to the Christians that they and we all agree that Jesus died. Correct. And then they get uncomfortable and say, well, no. He didn't die. Oh, no, he was just raised up to heaven. Like the Muslim view better. He was just raised up. And when he comes back, he's going to come from the clouds of heaven with two angels on his right and left, rank upon rank. Okay, that'll be cool. You're like literally saying the same shit. Once you add Jesus to the picture, he's not. That's the point of the eschatology. They also push it into the end times. A crazier, more magnificent feat. And then everyone can just wait for that to happen. It's not gonna happen. Okay. They'll wait you out. More members will know before you do. Right? It's eschatology. That's why it's all, like, classified as this style of religious persuasion. Like, technically, really, the afterlife is also eschatology. It's a future state removed from you, beyond your experience and conception, that apparently brings you some religious comfort because of its existence. Afterlife, messianic age, same kind of a religious argument. I'm just saying that the event that happened was 718. And it could also happen in Christianity. That's all I'm saying. It's just a hypothetical. Just looking at the view, I'm saying to myself, like, how would this work? What's the mindset of someone? You're gonna go back and say, hey, maybe we shouldn't think like the people in the first century, or maybe we should see that this religion has lasted for 2,000 years. Hey, now after so much time has passed, yeah, we're gonna go, oh, they got it wrong. This is the same. Their descendants said that. Okay. And, you were taught by their descendants, not them. Just like you were. still have a lineage to David? I don't think so. I've never met anyone that said they had a lineage for David.
Yeah.
We got good lineages for the Kohanim and the Levim.
Okay.
More the Kohanim than the Levim.
Did Jesus put an end to the Levitical class? Priestly class?
Maybe some Christians think that. The Jews don't care. They have the
There hasn't been any temple with temple practices since, so.
And it doesn't matter. We keep the Levites.
You mean it doesn't matter?
It doesn't matter whether or not we have a temple. We still need to know who the Levites are.
For what?
Well, there are some practical legal differences.
Okay.
But also, the Levites are not entitled to any portion of the land. They have special Levite cities. It's discussed in the Torah.
Okay. Did you set up tabernacles and stuff?
There are some itinerant Jews within Israel that have wandering tabernacles. It's not really that hard to construct if you just follow instructions.
Yeah, it's a whole map.
It's like super camping in the desert for a religious community. I find it interesting that more paganistic or like cultish minded people don't just copy it.
What do you mean they don't just copy?
I'm saying like it creates like a nice little church thing and a society and like farmers, and then you just have a little community. You can pop those things up anywhere. You could literally take the 5 books of Moses with a large enough mass of people, and yeah, you'd have a little commune wherever you want with a little temple in the middle.
You think you can get that just by reading the book? What about that?
Yeah.
No.
Why? What do you think's missing?
The New Testament.
Why would you need that?
Because it's incomplete.
I'm just talking about the 5 books. I'm not even talking about like Joshua or Samuel or Kings or Isaiah or Ezra. I'm not talking about any of those books. I'm just talking about the 5 books of Moses. How to survive everywhere, forever, with a temple in the middle.
That's funny. They're going to be looked at as like the community that slaughters the animals in some weird, real, like ritualistic way. And you all stand in front of a bomb, staring at it. It's kind of weird, bro. Just saying. But you have a barbecue, or a barbecue.
Yeah, basically like cowboys, right? Moving cattle. Just looking for grass, basically. So what's missing? What's missing from their eternal society that could survive?
Wait. I'm trying to understand this. You're saying move out this. What lands are you gonna be allowed to move your cattle to freely? Your own? You better buy a lot of acres, guy.
Well,
You can't just be roaming around, just eating grass off someone else's land.
that's not actually how land works for most of the time. You know that old song, "The Home on the Range"? Like,
No, you live it now. You can't say because I read this book.
I'm saying the only reason they fenced up the
my
world.
lifestyle. That's not how it works. Sorry. Because you want to move freely with the shepherd's stick I have here.
I'm not saying I want to move freely. I'm just telling you that the 5 by finding out what you have to do to get it to be yours.
What the fuck does that mean? Do you own it, or is it just there?
What do you mean it's just there?
The desert, is it there, and nobody owns it because nobody can tame it, so everyone can merely survive through it? Who owns it? You're the world.
But how did you go from looking for lands with grass to the desert? I just want to know, like, how
Because of your claims of owning the land.
when did that transition happen? Let's go back to the land and them finding grass. I said, whose grass are you going to be feeding on?
I said I'll wrap any grass on the face of the earth.
Well, you see, that's the part that maybe the book makes you think that this land is just for you.
Well,
Maybe that could be a problem.
one land is just for us.
Yeah, sure.
No, really, there was an old solution made between Avram and his nephew Lot. Lot inherited Sodom, and Avraham inherited everything to the west, towards the sea.
Yeah, this is the thing why I feel like living in the now is a little more important. And that's how this conversation started. But it's
You
actually,
asked which land we were gonna tend to our flock to.
you brought up this stuff. You brought this stuff up. Listen, you said you could move out west somewhere and continue to be.
I said that Kitover is a surviving manual for an
Okay. Well, in the United States, there's many men that own cows, right? And when they own cows, they want them to go freely on U.S. land. And the U.S. land has issues with this. There's been court cases about this. This is what I mean. This has already been done before.
Yes, so land ownership, which you like flippantly think is like putting up a fence post.
So I'm the bad guy if I give you a warning about eating my grass.
Yes.
I don't know what visits it. And as soon as you pass my property, I just start sniping your cows.
Yeah,
My
dude,
property.
that would be
I'm the
bad.
bad guy. I'm the bad guy.
You'd be a thief.
Why? Because I'm gonna eat the meat? It's on my property.
No, because you're killing
You
his
put it on my
assets.
property. No, you put your property on mine, knowing that we have.
You ever heard of
I don't go
livestock?
to your land, and I never go to your land. I
The
never go to
life
your land.
from his stock.
Never go to your land. Well, then you're gonna have to pay me for dragging this cow that's on my property back to yours.
Okay, you want to know what you're entitled to receive if you kill my cow illegally?
Yeah, I'm gonna put it back on your property. I'm not responsible for
carry a
and the next
cow
cow.
on someone's
The next,
property.
that's right. I'm putting it back on your property.
You ain't gonna do
Right on
shit,
my property.
and my cow's gonna shit on the lawn.
No. And then on top of that, since you didn't like that this time, I'm not gonna kill the cow, but I'm gonna charge you if your cow goes missing on my property. Okay? And the first charge is gonna be really, really high. Really high. And then it'll reduce every time. Every cow after. That's my deal. So it's up to you to be giving me free cows. Because every time I return it, I'm going to charge you a service fee for returning your property. And then we can make like deals like if it was only 20 feet away and I can't charge you the full price because it was close to the border, so it would be less. But if it was deep into my property, you would pay more. Stuff like that. I think that would be fair. Because I have my own cows. I mean, just move out to a commune. Let's be so Torah. Oh my God, so Torah. Let's just move out and give all of our money to one needs to be part of this. Okay. Judaism, they were all different. None of the Jews, each group, each sect, each rabbi, been preserved. There's no standards throughout. And as a practice, it predates anthropologically most of society by millennia. Modernizing cultures built their perspective off of the Torah. At a certain point, it became the acceptable adopt. So the laws that were established one time, see how appealing it is to you that this law's been going on for a long time. So even when the laws were instituted, they could have said they were from the old. And they're still being practiced today. I'll share this book with you. It's talking about and the book anyway. Like if they want to have this conversation, they never read this book. They should have the conversation. There's this book that needs to be read, and then I'll share the other one. Okay? I'll share the other book. These are the two books that you must read to be involved in these conversations. I'll put both the books for you. Put the other one in the chat. Then come talk to me about the Torah.
fragrances. You like Chipotle. You go to the gym. You walk about 10,000 and more steps because you walk on the treadmill and you're building while you're on Clubhouse.
I'm fine. Okay. You have something. But I can describe the interior. I can describe your bedroom.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Is it respect or you just being a slut?
No, I like the higher dollar.
That's true.
I suppose that dollar, that's what it is.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
So I can see it from perspective, actually. Yeah, that sounds inappropriate. The way I said it, I just
Yeah. Well, I can describe your bedroom. Yeah. Well, you guys send each other a lot of things, huh?
I sent him, he sent me something today. I responded to him. He sent me this like really fat guy who's like insanely positive. And he's like, hey, how about we don't get revenge? How about these? How about we don't pay back people who've done us wrong? But in fact, we pay back people who have given us something. How about we do that? How about we make that cool? And I was like, oh, that's because that fucking fat bitch doesn't know that revenge is a dish. If you're pretty hot on revenge. So, responded.
Yeah.
He's gonna see the humor.
He's gonna what?
He's gonna see the humor in it because he gets me.
Yeah. You guys are cute together.
I like the framing of gratitude as revenge.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, as in he's kind of doing it kind of like repaying a debt, like a positive debt, is the best revenge of all. It's the sweetest revenge. Because getting them back for what they did to you in a positive way. That's right, that'll teach him for next time. Exactly. Also, now that idiot lady has gone, I was pretty confused about the position you held yesterday. Or whatever it was.
Oh, yeah, it was just. Uh-huh.
Were you just trying to be Switzerland?
Yeah.
Yeah, I figured. Should be you should be careful though, because like people will hold you to that shit.
Well, in my real life, people know what I'm about, you know?
Yeah.
And what I do, so. I was talking to my students about ethno-nationalism yesterday and how problematic it is and its relationship to diasporic activism and all these communities that try to use human rights discourse to like play up ethno-nationalism. And I'm like, look at this hypocrisy.
Doesn't diasporic sounds like a type of acid? That's like a corrosive.
You just say diaspora, but diasporic activism is a particular like phrase or like particular term. Because it's for my religion and development
just how it can be harmful and how it can have a positive impact.
What was the positive impact that the ethno-national entities had?
So if you frame, so one of the frames that you can use
One of
is
them
like,
produced her boyfriend.
no, I wouldn't agree with that. But
He's from America. That's not Asian.
yeah. But so for example, something that would be bad would be like Christian nationalism, right?
Everything in birth certificate.
Sam's.
Okay, so the example of the Christian nationalist movement that led to diasporic campaigning was what?
Well, the British and French were in diaspora, right?
What were the British and French diasporas of?
In North America. So the colonization
No,
was
colonization.
diaspora, right?
Oh, okay.
So it's like, so when they came together, so there's like competing ethno-nationalism in a place like Canada, right? You have like indigenous, what would become framed as an ethno-nationalism, or like ethnicities, like framing indigenous traditions as ethnicities.
Right, the First Nations.
Yeah. And so that, the example of land back can be seen as like a positive ethno-nationalist movement, right?
Wait, land back being the natives.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think that would be bad still.
I think it depends, right? Because some indigenous traditions really believe in like blood quantum. I think that's awful.
What does that mean?
So your
How
blood,
much blood is in them to determine their membership in the tribe?
yes.
Oh, like quantity. Okay, cool.
Where there's other traditions that say, well, if you identify as such and you have a relationship with, then that's sufficient enough.
They need the Nazis to organize that kind of stuff. They're really good at that.
Yeah, that's the kind of bad ethno-nationalism.
No, I mean like determining how guilty you were by,
Which one? The Nazis.
blood concentration.
Okay, but like, say, the current state of Germany, is that an ethno-nation?
Well, I think it depends on how, like Japan could also be considered an ethno-nationalism, right?
Sure.
Like,
Ethno-nation.
yeah. So I think it depends on like how. I think it depends on how motivated you are to exclude people.
Okay.
I think that determines how bad it is.
But I'm asking in terms of...
I
Yeah, go on.
was going to say, it seems to kind of tribute you follow from you saying like this is for us and we have a specific certain privilege. I mean that just is that to the exclusion.
Ideology is that, look, I believe in a cosmopolitan ethic. I don't think there should be borders. I don't think that people should stake claim to the place that they're in. Like, I just don't think that works anymore.
That's a cosmopolitan.
I am.
Variety.
This cosmopolitan. No. I think that states exist.
I think that's all
I do think states exist, but I think that
It sounds like you believe cities exist,
I do think cities exist.
but not necessarily states.
I think states exist functionally, but I don't think that they operate well all the time.
Sure.
But I think that having civic nationalism is different than ethno-nationalism. And so,
It's good kind.
yeah.
Like that.
You're saying, okay, so then the current state of Germany is civic nationalism and not ethno-nationalism?
I think it's both.
Yeah, look at the national.
I think they can operate at the same time.
What about, let's say, the French nation?
I think they can definitely operate at the same time.
The national football team is literally.
Because France definitely wants it to be France, in French.
Okay, but is that a civic nationalism or an ethno-nationalism?
I think they both.
Civic nationalism. It's obviously civic nationalism.
I think it's a civic nationalism.
Well, French people also still visible in society, in French society, whether they like it or not.
French Catholicism?
Yeah.
No, I mean literally, just structurally, is there are no like greater privileges afforded to
prefer to categorize their allies than it does
But with Judaism, the reason it's complicated is because obviously it's an ethno-religion. So,
but it's not only an religion because you can be you don't like as much as people like to claim that there's like certain relations that allow for you to be Jew.
like, genetically or something, and becoming, no one they represent the minority of Jews, generally speaking, in terms of recent converts. So for one, it kind of seems like, it kind of doesn't seem like a really honest way of making an assessment of whether or not they
Yeah, you like majority claim, right?
no, yeah, it's just in terms of the relevance, who are the people who truly have the privilege there? And you might say like, oh, well, you can subscribe, you can, or whatever, you can convert, but it's like they don't make up the majority of the people who ultimately have influence. Like, there's a question as to like, who has any influence in
But
Israel?
even the majority is like not homogenous. So like there's different Jewish groups and like different ways that things are done and like
That's not the point.
well, I think it's part of it. You're saying religion plays a role in it, right? And I'm just telling you this is like not a monolith.
I'm saying he's advocating for,
Okay.
well, this is what he's trying to do. He's trying to say, hey, look, I'm not necessarily advocating for an ethno state because, like, you can come to Israel and convert to Judaism or receive the same privilege as me.
Like,
I'm saying,
makes sense. You feel like you have to be Jewish to live in Israel?
No, I don't think that you have to be Jewish to live in Israel.
Yeah.
But
no, but he wants it to be a homeland for the Jews, where the Jews.
I do want it to be a homeland for the Jews. I do want that like as a priority for the structure of the
Yeah,
state.
so essentially,
But do you want it secular or do you want it religious based?
I personally want it religious based, but I would want it safe for secular.
Yeah.
that doesn't matter. That doesn't like matter.
It matters a little.
No, to whether or not it's fucking ethno.
Right. Ethno state claim is something else.
Yeah, that's not. I'm saying like in your idea, presumably, to me, to secure this like homeland sanctuary for Jewish people, you must maintain at the very least sort of demographic superiority, or you must maintain sort of superiority like within the government, and to ensure your own security. And then also, the Jewish people must receive some kind of privilege to distinguish it from any other state where just Jewish people are a significant portion of the population.
I would be careful.
That is essence.
I would be careful to say that you need control in government, like you need representation in government, because Canada is an example of many different ethnicities and traditions.
And being British also, like you have that.
Yeah. Thanks for putting me off of
Yeah, I'm just agreeing with you.
Yeah.
I'm agreeing with you.
I know, but like wait till I'm done talking.
Come over here. We need to go over there. Why you sit so far away from me? Oh, it's so weird.
I thought you were talking to me and I was like, what's up?
Hands up. Hands up.
Come sit on my lap.
I was like,
He literally sounds like a Simpsons character.
I was like, I might get my ass slapped. Like, what's going on?
Sam's a New Yorker, technically.
Yeah, he is, but he doesn't talk like one.
You should just Christian Americans are like this, man. That fits the bill. Perfect. Christian Americans. What he's describing, we're just American itself as an ethnicity. Wait, isn't that no Christian?
I've alluded to before. I don't actually believe that in Israel, is descended from Jews. If it became just like absolutely rock solid common scientific consensus and common knowledge that they converted, however many years ago, that wouldn't threaten, their sort of Israeli citizenship, as far as I'm aware. Similarly, I think that if someone
You think it wouldn't threaten their citizenship if they were in fact ethnic Jews?
no, if my suspicion is that they have no Levantine ancestry, prior to their arrival is correct. And similarly, like if some random Mormon spin-off group, it was like some sort of bizarre cult that suddenly decided to Judaize, and they seemed really serious about it, and they all went to an Orthodox temple and got proper papers or whatever. All of them would be immediately invited to Israel. It's obvious that there's a limit to how many people, to the size of the group that they would let in.
Is that the reason I'm saying I'm going to withhold judgment on what you put in place on their sort of right to return or entitlement to return than someone like Sam. It would be interesting to know, because then if that were the case, then I think that would further bolster my point, right? Which is actually no, there is this kind of ethnic privilege, and essentially all this serves to do in terms of including people who are religiously affiliated is just basically have a buffer between sort of ethnic Jewish people and Arabs maybe who have a different vision for how Israel should be governed.
Well, let me clarify something. I agree it would be easier for Sam to immigrate to than the sort of possible the wannabe WASP converts. However, my main point is that if the WASP converts did in fact convert in a way, there's a special name for the Jewish Orthodox courts that I could recognize conversion maybe exist.
Was it like Goyim or something, right? No, it's called the Beit Din House of Judgment.
Yeah. If the WASPs got officially recognized by a Beit Din, then their children would be who are also ethnically WASPs. It would be just as easy for them to immigrate to Israel as it would for Sam. ethnicity, although that is a correlate, but rather descent from, like descent from people who at some point were Jewish or converted to Judaism and viewed it as their primary identity. And that, that, and the evidence that I cited is that people who convert to Judaism out of the blue or like ethnically very distant from traditional Jewish groups, they have, and as far as I know, have always had full rights of return and citizenship, etc. Israel. Like, I mean, this is of course also a battle with like, the Israelis / the Jews in the region treating the Palestinians horribly. Like, clearly, they're not. They're not very egalitarian to other non-Jewish groups. But I deny that that's on the basis of ethnicity per se, rather than just like not identifying with this just sort of abstract label of a few people. I just
Yeah, I mean, these are issues that are on. I don't know what your schedule's like. If you're gonna be on in like the next half an hour, I'll be back.
whatever.
Okay, keep in touch. Yeah, I got you. So, like, what then would we be claiming the ethnicity of the Jew is?
I mean, there's no singular ethnicity of the Jew. There's a bunch of ethnicities that are called Jewish ethnicities. That's just because they're, traditionally extremely highly correlated with being religiously Jewish. That's just a matter of speech.
So then it's just the religion? It's just any convert? It's equal to the children of wasps, as we dub them?
I mean, it's weird to put that. It's like not the religion, but like like more like the label of the religion, and more particularly having descended from someone like either adopting the liquid yourself or having descended
house of the Lord. This is no sleep, I believe. Welcome to the house of the Lord, Saeed. Benjamin, I do not seem to be able to bring you up to the stage.
That's why everyone loves him, because he's fucking Batman.
Jump in briefly just to remind you that my initial goal for this show was that people would improve their ability to read. I can read. At some point, you'd like to, well, I'd like you to improve it at some point. This was, I, this room a few hours ago because John and I had to read both of those scheduled for Thursdays. And if you'd like to begin the process of proving to each other that you can read, I'll just tell you. Right, it's easier for provocative. It keeps the people dancing. Michael's right. It was just random gibberish to me. Like, need an answer. Yes, or I almost I wrote like HSFDGGH. That's true. Interjector opposition defines this word. I've got a question for you. How the fuck is Michael on here at 4 in the morning, sitting here talking about got a beautiful Kazarian wife with loads of children? Carlos is insignificant. The least of all, Aziz. Aziz, can you prove to us that you can read? Because Aziz was so opinionated on Israel and as I was just wondering if you could prove to us that he can read. We're now most people never even read the show called Aura. Does anybody know? Does anybody know what the Universal said after we created the state of Israel? No, he said colossal.
He was dead.
No, he was speaking to the Sultan of Turkey without an empire. And he's like, you want to build Israel? And the Universal was like, yes, it's colossal.
I can say someone was dead. I had enough facts. What implies that they were threatened. Right, well, because he was asking what did Theodore Herzl say at the formation of the State of Israel, which happened after he was dead. So I said he was dead. Okay. Right.
But there was,
You don't just say he was dead at the time.
I can prove. Hello? I'm 100% certain that I can prove Christianity existed before Jesus Christ was born.
Oh, that's cool.
It's called Anubis Jesus. Look it up. It's on the Greco-Roman papyrus.
I'll tell you something you probably don't know.
sounds interesting. Very interesting. Bubbly, bubbly, bubbly wine. It's like champagne spritzer.
Right.
Well, I've got to get back to reading the Toyota, everybody. I've got to put on my tacos. I got to put on my tatalim. Be sure to wrap yourself in tefillin every day of the week, except on Shabbos. Not necessary, because you wouldn't want to wrap twice on Shabbos. Oh. You know, there's a website. Go to Gmail. If you go to gmail.world, you can search every Epstein email as if it's a Gmail account. Somebody exported it. The guy was integrated with the Muslims in Saudi Arabia. The guy was flying to Saudi Arabia. He knows MBS personally. No, Epstein was proud that he was never married. Hello. You think Jeffrey Epstein had a personal relationship with Michelle? Hello? Hello? Oh, hey, world. Hello? 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 Epstein is sitting there talking about 1 divided by 0, Pythagoras, etc. Exactly. Dude, the comments are so funny. They're just like making fun of him. And Bannon's even making fun of him. Saying it. It's like, are you the devil? It's like, why would you say that to me? Hello? Wait, is Jeffrey Epstein still alive? Hello? 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 There's one email where somebody's asking Jeff if they can invest, and then he says, "I just talked to my guy. He's not interested in educating people. He wants to keep the masses busy and occupied." And I don't know if he was talking about somebody in the Rothschild family, but there's so much in the emails that are basically, I think it's just like humor, and people are saying not cliche terms, but like they're trying to be funny or something. It's funny, right? Hello? See you at the island soon.
Of course. So that's particularly top humor, if you ask me. Right. So, yeah, just a lot going on.
So Aziz, let me ask you this question, Aziz. What do you think is going to happen to Gaza? Have you seen the Kushner plan? And are you aware that America is going to invest $100 million rebuilding Gaza? Sorry, I'm an Ashkenazi Kazar, and that's how we say Gaza. Aziz, you know, you spend so much time on this app. I'm wondering, what other hobbies do you have in life? Are you like a cripple and a ward of the King State, or like, what's your hobbies outside of you talking about the Palestinians? What's up? Professionally? Oh, you're talking about Jeff's emails. No, we were gonna. Oh, El Normo is here. The legend has returned. The legend. He was complimenting you yesterday, McZeddy. El Normo was saying you're such a learned Talmud Chacham. He says you take your study very seriously.